Welcome in. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 my favorite gamer words to tonight's Sunday stream. Welcome in, everybody. Sorry, I'm a little bit late today, but not that much. Probably would have noticed if I didn't say anything. But then I get embarrassed about, so therefore I want to talk about it. And you know, that kind of deal. But anyway, welcome in, everybody. I hope you're having a good day today. Should be making tonight actually a better night for y'all. As you can tell based off the thumbnail and in the title, we'll be reacting to Sam Hyde tonight. However, we'll probably cover some news. I'm not sure. I haven't I haven't decided if I want to do it before or after the video. Because I want to make sure there's time for the video. And so it's like, okay, I should do the news story after the video. However, I also really want to talk about the news topic that I did have for today. Because the thing about Sam Hyde vids is they usually take up the vast majority of the stream. And so it's like, okay, if I want to actually have time for that, then I could do that in the very beginning and then brute force the Sam Hyde, even if it takes a longer stream. But, you know... yeah, I haven't decided yet. So I'm gonna yap here, do the foreplay, talk to you guys for a little bit. You know the deal. You know the deal. And then maybe I'll decide in that meantime. Possibly. Sort of, kind of. Woman making decisions? Impossible. Fair warning, just in general though. So I'll be gone the 14th through the 24th. Yeah, 24th. I'll be back streaming on till the 25th, that Wednesday. And so this week, I am planning on loading up on the reacts a little bit. I try to reacts to, you know, once a week, once every other week, that kind of deal. This, you know, something along those lines. But since I'll be gone for a week and a half, I figured a backlog would be nice, right? Right? Try to keep things professional. And so there will be some more reacts in general this week. My apologies in advance. I do like to cover the news a bit more, but you know, a whore's gotta do what a whore's gotta do, and I'm an e-whore, so here I am. By the way, I have a good guess, but I'm curious, are you a demon or are you a dragon? I am neither of that. I am an amalgamation. I am 1/3 dragon, 1/3 wolf, and 1/3 human, thank you very much, and 100,000% retarded. No more, no less. No breaks, don't make me crack the whip. No! Listen, there's only one time to use the whip and it's not now, no. I would like a real vacation, you know. Cause like I've taken like a day break like a couple times now. Where I just don't stream on the Wednesday, so it's like a 3-day vacation little thing right there, which I'm definitely not gonna complain about. They have been quite nice. Cause the man, it gets really exhausting blackpilling, but an actual real vacation where I go far, far away, I get to fly in a plane again. I'm so excited. Last night I did my typical moon dancing thing that I normally do, right? And it was, I just like looking up at the stars and I saw so many planes up there moving, and I was just like, I had the realization that, wait, I'm gonna be flying on a plane again, like for the first time in years at this point. I'm so excited for that because I love flying. Like, yeah, okay, actual, like, it gets uncomfortable, especially if it's a long flight. Yeah, with the amount of nons that exist in the world at this point in time, they can be quite annoying. But at the same time, I always make sure I get the window seat because I love flying. Like, I love the whole concept of it. Being able to actually take off and go through the air and travel the world, and then the window seat, you get to see the terrain change, which is like the coolest thing about it. Like, one, flying is cool just in general, flat out, that simple. But watching the terrain change in real time, like, oh, I just find that fascinating. With it, and just in the clouds too, and how everything looks up from the air. Oh, I love flying. I love flying so much. I'm so excited to be in a plane again. Oh, there. So I'm excited for this. The overall. The only bad thing is, as Delta Cross mentions, the world's definitely not gonna shit itself when you leave now. Yeah, that's the only bad thing. Like, with the Iran war going on, which apparently it could be ending soon. I don't know. I'm hearing mixed things over for what's happening with the Iran war, and I have already made my case on it. Now it's just a matter of time for how long it ends, right? But who knows what else is gonna be happening? Like Trump's already talked about how he's gonna be going over to Cuba next. But like even like besides war, literally anything else could possibly happen. And I'll be gone for like 10 days, right? Well, so much can happen in one day. Imagine 10. I'm gonna come back and it's like the world's gonna be completely different. Um. Oh, man. Thank you, Ryan, for the $2 reduce. You have wings, Limit. I know I have wings, but not in real life. There's a reason why the intro, like, I don't know if you guys have noticed, right? But there's a common theme that I have with my VTuber avatar. You know, like in the intro, the starting soon thing with me flying all around at night, full moon, lots of nature and water and greenery, and anything that you notice that could possibly tell you what I like about different things. How even the background that I'm currently have right now, right, with the night sky and the clouds up in the air. Are there any signs of what interests me at all? Am I making it obvious enough? There. Uh, it's funny seeing China cope and sneed about it, and seeing Iran paper line equipment get destroyed. Like that, yeah. I mean, like, okay. For the record, I don't think I said once that Iran was gonna win this. Like, Iran's gonna lose 100%. It's a matter of time and how much America sacrifices in the process of it. Which I'm not gonna get into right now because I've already talked about it extensively when it first was starting. In that case, and I'm going back to Floyd Maxine a little bit. Wake me up when September ends. When something actually happens again, you know, wake me up when when the war ends, or like we have true boots on the ground. I know a seventh member died recently, so that's great. 7 Americans killed. Aren't you happy, chat? So, Moon, kill yourself in Minecraft, obviously, because killing actual suicide is bad, and we don't want that to happen. Very safer foot. A little bit too early for actual real death threats. Thank you, Clarky, for the 500 warp tokens. Thank you. She has wings but can't fly. She has a brain but can't smart. It's all illusion, chat. Women are always just illusion. Always were. Yeah. I'm not gonna get that. Yeah. Oh no, reality titty's a bit too strong now. Yeah. It's war that shit happens. I'm more worried about all the sleeper cells and what they do, the people who don't take that risk professionally. I mean, yeah, that shit happens, but it's also preventable. Now that we're in it, I mean, obviously people die. Just, you know, I want less Americans dying than Iranians by a long shot. As for the sleeper cells, I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't. They definitely exist, and we definitely have a huge portion of Muslims in America that we shouldn't have. Way too many of them. In fact, we'll talk about one tonight. You know what? Let's talk about news. We're getting to the react video. See, I can use this as a segue. You know, a segue. But they're always violent. They're always going Allahu Akbar. But like, there's nothing new under the sun about them. The fact that they're in the country in the first place is actually the problem. Like, if we just didn't import the Muslims, then we wouldn't have the problem worrying about sleeper cells or anything like that. We could just bomb the shit out of Iran without any worries about that. Like, that's one of my other big qualms about the whole thing in general. Like, if you're gonna be starting war in the Middle East, make sure you don't have people from the Middle East in our own fucking country in the first place. That could solve a lot of problems right there. Also, let me blow my nose. Give me 1 second. It's clear as said blue cities. Oh yeah. Like, speaking of which, a blue city. Let's cut the foreplay a little bit short today for the sake of time. It happened. Like, New York City, for example. That's one way to avoid possibly being literally bombed. Seeing that over the weekend, a Muslim terrorist threw a nail bomb at Jake Lang, who was holding a protest. Jake's in New York for anti-Islamic invasion march when a homemade nail bomb was thrown at him and his friends. Luckily, the device did not explode. It is lucky it didn't fucking explode. But just another Allahu Akbar moment, that's all. Everything's fine and dandy. Scenario ends in a Y, in a blue state, in a blue city. It's so cool. All good under the sun. Ugh. We need to deport all of them. Like, seriously, if you're Muslim, just get the fuck out. That's simple. Like, come on. If we have to get the color swatch out to be safe than sorry, then that works for me. Like, I really don't care as long as it happens.
Support the white liberal women.
Okay, I don't agree with deporting the white liberal woman, but that's mean it sounds like. So aside.
Somebody threw a fucking bomb, bro.
That was a bomb. Yeah, that was a nail bomb. You seen it? That's
Holy
a nail bomb.
shit.
What's a nail bomb?
Holy fuck.
Yeah, that was a nail bomb.
Notice how they all ran away? Now, some of them are walking back because they're retarded. But notice how initially they all ran away.
Jesus is king, and he made it that nail bomb didn't go off. Jesus is king. Thank you, Lord God. Thank you, Lord God. Thank you, Lord God. They threw a nail bomb at us and it didn't explode because Jesus is still on the throne. Amen. Thank you.
So ignoring the Jesus talk, which, no disrespect. Okay, I kind of have some problem with Jake Lang. I'll be honest. He's very performative for me from the bit I've seen. I don't know everything about him. I'm not like an expert, but the bits that I have seen, he's very performative. But ignoring the whole, the Jesus thing. You don't fucking walk up to a bomb when it's been thrown. It's good on you for actually running away in the first place, which is better than the leftists did, spoiler alert. But, like, it could still go off. It could have been delayed. Like, obviously it's malfunctioning, but, like, you don't just simply walk up to it, even if it didn't go off immediately. Like, what's wrong with you?
Jesus.
They're throwing another one. They're going to get the goat. Someone's got to get the goat.
Oh, the goat!
Someone's got to get the
NYPD will
goat.
take care of it. It wasn't a bomb. It wasn't.
Now they're walking away. Thank God.
Hey, let's go. Not literally, but fucking.
They just grew. Yes, they did. Terrorists. Fucking terrorists. Whoa, why?
Patriots, let's go.
I'm in New York. They just threw a bomb at us over the barricade.
Holy shit.
We're trying to get
God is still alive. Jesus is still king.
Man, I don't know. That feels so performative to me. But ignoring my quibbling over his what he's doing here, or at least how he's acting, right? Because like his protest over the anti-Islamification of New York City is actually pretty based, and I support that. And he shouldn't have bombs being thrown at him. Yeah, like he's actually walking away. He's working with the police, too many blacks and women, but it's New York City, not surprised. Everything's nice and fine and dandy, minus the fact that the bomb was thrown in the first place.
They throw the bomb on Jake and on us.
There. Compare it to the leftists. Which is this guy's the one who's tweeting this video. I was in the middle of saying, as a born and raised New Yorker, we welcome everyone to the city when he threw that over my head. Just notice the different reaction here between the two of them.
Born and raised in New York, and we want everyone here to stay in New York. You don't get to come from
So he's there with a megaphone, born and raised in New York. Somebody in behind is having all these quickly line letters in the background for whatever jihad it is for this time around. Oh, everyone that's born and raised in New York should stay in New York City. It just doesn't matter where they actually originally came from in the first place. It doesn't matter that America was set up for white Americans first and foremost. It just doesn't matter that in 2 seconds a fucking Muslim throws a bomb.
Outside and then tell everyone else.
Literally using his shoulder to launch off of him. Like, jumps up from behind. Uses his back to lift him up. Mouth wide, like a feral animal. And yeets the bomb over his head. And this guy's just like, ayo, what the fuck? And they just stand there really confused, being like, oh! Something was thrown? Maybe I should go fetch it. And then the reporter goes immediately like, oh yeah, we gotta get closer. Gotta get closer to what the fuck was thrown there. No survival instincts in these people. Like, whatsoever. And then even though he literally just had somebody throw a bomb over his head, one of these wonderful, diverse immigrants that is enriching our culture, clearly, he still's like, and I stand by it. As a born and raised New Yorker, everyone is welcome. Everyone except Chief Goat Fucker Jake Lang. I think he's making fun of the goat fuckers, but okay then. But they don't care. Like, it's a very light-skinned brown man, but a brown man nevertheless. A Muslim, so one of their little pets. And they're just like, yeah, you know what? Who cares if we just constantly just let them in over and over and over again? Oh, let this attack happen as well, because he was born and raised here, so therefore he's just as a New Yorker as me. Even though I'm sure this guy could probably trace his ancestry, far longer within New York City than the Muslim dude is. And even if he can't, I feel like something is going off here. Something. I'm not the best noticer, I'll be completely honest. But something seems a little bit off about him. Which and maybe he should also go, if that's the case. But even though he's going to be like, Jake Lang's a horrible person, he's like, you know what? I cannot stress this enough. It was right near our feet and did not look real. We just stood there laughing. Meanwhile, the incel femoids ran away with having been totally jester mugged. Their cortisol levels have yet to recover. The left can't fucking meme. The man is literally using internet slang, right-leaning internet slang for this. Femoids. Jester mug. You can't make this shit up. And even calling them an incel, I'm pretty sure. I wouldn't be surprised if Jake Lang's married, and if he's not married, I'm sure he can probably get bitches. Like, it's like, okay, and not to mention, who cares? Who cares about his sex life in that case? But the cherry on top about this fact is that the New York PD bomb squad confirms it was real, describing it as an improvised explosive device that could have caused serious injury or death. So he's like, oh yeah, they're just bitches. Yeah, running away like little girls, these femoids being jester mugged. Aren't I hip with the kids? in this case. And it's like, yeah, that's a real bomb. Like, okay, like, when you're at a protest, especially in a very diverse and enriched city like New York City, and somebody throws something into a crowd, your first instinct should be to run as far as possible, or be like, I ran, I ran away in that case, because you don't fucking know what it is, and it's better to be safe than sorry. The fact that they didn't run away, they just stood there, dazed and confused, being like, oh, what's this? Is that a treat? Should I just, should I go fetch it? Should I get closer to it? Like what's that? Isn't it so cool? And then later he's just like, "Oh, I'm a big tough guy. My cortisol levels are perfect. Oh, look at me, so strong and manly." No, you're fucking retarded. Absolutely retarded. Like, he could have died, which, I mean, would have been an unfortunate tragedy, but kind of did it to himself if he just stood there, looking at it like, "Oh, what's that? It's a bomb! Jesus Christ!" And just this photo is just perfect too. A protester shouting about the pros of immigration is interrupted by Islamic terrorists throwing a bomb jumping over them. But this should be framed in a museum within 100 years. Like, when we get total remigration, chat. Total remigration, all the browns and foreigners are deported. And we'll probably live in paradise again like America was 60 years ago. This should be framed in a museum to show at the future generations what not to do. And the struggles that we had to face to get the paradise in the first place. Be like, yes, the sacrifices people made for these brown little pets that they have, even though they like to bite the hand that feeds. Yeah, don't be that retarded. No, don't be that retarded. Jesus Christ. Oh yeah, and then the fact that once again New York PD confirmed it was a real bomb. Like, people are saying that's an actual mental disorder after watching the fact that they're just standing there, just gazing at it longingly. After what happened, like the underdeveloped amygdalas, no survival instincts, and it does make me actually wonder about the psychology about this kind of stuff, because I don't understand. Like, are they just so a lot of the okay? There's two different types of leftists. Or the ones that, and the vast majority of them, to be fair, are the ones that live in like a majority white area, like in general. And so they don't have to deal with the consequences of the diversity that they bring in. So they don't know what it is. They're so used to everything being safe that having doors unlocked at night, their bicycles out on the streets, being able to grab their food order without having it taken away from them because some brownoid went in and stole it because they were, hungry, whatever the case is, or they just really just fat, just wanted the food. Like, and so therefore, when they actually see real danger, they just can't comprehend it because they're just like, "Oh, surely it's harmless. No, nobody, everyone's all good in the world." Because like these leftists have the default position that every single human being is good. They're just not naturally good. They were sewing in position in this case, which is completely retarded. Like, you have to actually beat that out of people. It's like from the time the child is born, you have to raise it into be a certain way. Now, a lot of it's nature too, because there's a lot of genetic factors in that. Just like border collies, like to shepherd sheep, and pit bulls just like to attack people. There's lots of genetics that go in that too. But a lot of it is also nurture, and the society that you raise somebody in the religion as well, greatly affects them too. And it's just like when you import all these Muslims in, they're just so incompatible with the West. But these leftists aren't aware of that because they're just like, yeah, everyone's all good because everybody around me is also good. Because we're not gonna recognize that I'm a fish swimming in water, as I don't know what water is. Because everybody around me has the same morals and same race as I am. Like, and everything works out fine and perfectly. Surely the brown way that comes across from halfway across the world with a complete different culture, complete different religion, and different genetics, totally is the same as me, completely, 100%. So I'm assuming part of it is that. The other part could be some of the leftists that still live in the dangerous areas that have been enriched with diversity. Just, you know, they were just too ashamed to become racist because it's not societally acceptable. And so they're just so used to the dangers of them that's just like, that just doesn't react. They just don't react at all. They're like, oh, another bad violent thing happened? Oh, okay. I didn't die today. Awesome. That could be the other thing. I don't really think that's completely the case, though, because I feel like if you've been in a scenario where you're constantly in danger, your signs would go off a little bit better. But if they become but I can definitely see where maybe they just become so numb that just doesn't register anymore. Also, give me a second. Need to blow my nose again. Oh, yeah, chat mentioned Seth Rogen mindset, yes. For those who don't know, that wonderful actor Seth Rogen tweeted years ago about how getting your car broken into is just part and parcel of living in a big city. It's not. I know it's hard to believe because we have been inundated with crime and nons for so long at this point. But if you go back 60 years ago, back when the boomers were kids, if you live in a big city, crime was actually quite rare. I mean, you would still have it in the, you know, the non-majority areas. Okay. I need to be careful how I use non because it's technically also there. Let's say in more diverse areas. But it wasn't nearly as bad as it is in the modern day because the diverse areas have spread so much that it's actually little pockets of paradise that exists compared to the pockets of crime that did exist in the big cities. Like it just wasn't a huge thing. And if you go back further, or even just look at Britain, for example, it didn't have diversity until relatively recently because they didn't have the black slaves being brought in. You can find restored videos of England from the 60s and the 70s, even earlier than that, and it's just everything was fine and dandy. Yeah, was there some crime sometimes? Yes. But it's nothing to the astronomical levels that it is today. And there's also significantly less people. You notice that the streets are clean, significantly less people, a lot more nature. People dressed a lot better, no fat people. Like, holy fuck. I could easily make the argument if it wasn't for AC existing, that they lived much better lives back then than we do today. Like, we're basically in a dystopia at this point. The only thing that's clinging that makes me want to cling on to modernity is literally AC. Because I can't stand humidity. I can't stand the summer. Okay, it's disgusting. It's so hot and it's stuffing and sweat so much. Ugh. That's literally it. Literally, just give me AC and I'll like if I could travel back with AC to like 19. Well, I have to be careful how far I go in the 1900s. Let's say 18 like 50 or something like that. I'd be happy. I'd be fucking happy. Okay. Much probably more content than I am these days. In this case, but that's not happening. And I digress. I am tanging hardcore right now. It's just Jesus Christ, but no. Welcome to the modern age. Welcome to Overlord 2026. We now have to deal with nons everywhere, at all times, at all places, and even in New York City, when you go to protest the anti-Islamification of the city, you have a fun enough an Islamist, a Muslim, coming in and just yeeting a bomb over your head. And he still stands by it because he's so ideologically captured and suicidal. I don't get it. I don't fucking get it. Thank you, Jackie, for the $2 dues. Thank you. Is it possible to get Tactical Templar on? I know he's been in chat before, but I don't really know who he is. No offense to the dude. But I have seen people react to him being in chat. So I'm not completely against it. I usually though, not usually the one reaching out personally myself. Usually it's the other person though. Not saying it's impossible, but I hide in my own little corner, and then every once in a while somebody is just like, oh, it's like the old meme from Overwatch. Fuck, what's her name? The really hot bitch with the angel wings. Oh, I forget her name. Reaching out to save the poor soul. In that case, and that's literally me when it comes to like collabs. Like it's literally somebody else being like, oh, I like you for some dumb reason. Come to do this with me, and I'm like, oh, okay. Mercy, yeah, Mercy. There we go. Thank you, chat. I never played Overwatch. It never was my thing. Also, I'm a fake gamer girl. I thank you, Father Joe II, for the 100 warp tokens. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, chat. Greatly appreciate it. And then, thank you, Griffin Gaming, for the the membership. Different than Subby Bubbies. For a month now. Hello, everyone. Hello, Griffin Gaming. Welcome in. Hope you are enjoying the stream. Oh, and, speaking of difference between memberships and Subby Bubbies, how do I pronounce your name? Went? I'm so sorry I'm butchering this. Thank you for celebrating your Subby Bubby for 4 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Don't need to play the game. The R34 is what it's known for. Fair enough. Fair enough. There's this account on Twitter that makes really good AI videos from the old style of anime. And they did one for this. And it's just perfect. It just purposely encapsulates everything. Like this is borderline art, I would say, of how good he actually makes these AI videos with it. Like lit tier.
私たちはニューヨークで生まれ育ちました。そしている皆さん、ここにいる皆さんにはニューヨークに残ってほしいのです。私は
The only problem is the Muslim's too white, but what do you expect? It's based off anime. Don't really make very dark colored skin color characters in general.
アイセスに忠誠を誓う。アラフアクバル。俺らのヒレ
I'm sorry. The Japanese accent when he's yelling "Allahu Akbar" is actually perfect. Like the AI is able to replicate the accent with the Allahu Akbar quite well. Allahu Akbar.
別な行為の原因は明らかです。白人至上主義です。
Now you're probably wondering, what does white supremacy have anything to do with an Islamic terrorist attack? Well, a failed one, but regardless, still was attempted. Well, I'd like to introduce you to Zoran Mamdani. Oh, sorry, Mayor Zoran Kwame Mamdani. Didn't wanna, misgender him there with his fucking Star Wars name going on. Yesterday he tweeted out, yesterday the day before, so on Saturday. White supremacist Jake Lang organized a protest outside Gracie Mansion rooted in bigotry and racism. Such hate has no place in New York City. It's an affront to our city's values and a unity that defines who we are. What followed was even more disturbing. Violence at a protest is never acceptable. The attempt to use explosive device and hurt others is not only criminal, it's reprehensible and the antithesis of who we are. I want to thank the brave men and women of New York PD who acted quickly to keep the New Yorkers safe. Our officers ran towards danger without hesitation, demonstrating once again the courage and dedication it takes to protect this city every single day. My administration is closely monitoring the situation. I can't tell if he's trying the meme in the serious post, or is just... I'm just so terminally online that I see it. And thin air. My administration is closely monitoring the situation. Ah! And I remain in close contact with our police commissioner. Like, everything about this is, well, I say relatively serious. Because if you just actually look at the language he's using, like white supremacist Jake Lang, organized a protest outside Gracie Manor is rooted in bigotry and racism. Such hate has no place in New York City. It's all very emotionally charged language going on here, with the attack that Jake lays on the white supremacist, the racism attacked, the fact that he's the whole entire post he's implying that the violence was based in white supremacy. He doesn't mention the Al Akbar. It doesn't mention anything else about the situation at all. It's just he's just like, violence at the protest is never acceptable. The attempt to use an explosive device and hurt others is not only criminal, it's reprehensible and the antithesis of who we are. That paragraph right after the white supremacist thing, everything about it is very emotionally written, and written in a way specifically they make it sound like it's Jake Lang's fault that it happened. It is white supremacy monitoring the situation. That was yesterday he tweeted this out. Today, it's a much different language. Amir Balat and Ibrahim Kiyumi, I don't know, they're foreign, have been charged with committing a heinous act of terrorism and proclaimed their allegiance to ISIS. They should be held fully accountable for their actions. We will continue to keep New York safe. We will not tolerate terrorism or violence in the city. I don't know, chat. I think this is exactly the same. Exactly the same statement. Exactly the same emotional language. Exactly the same word count. Exactly the same situation. Clearly is white supremacy that leads to ISIS. I'm not surprised. It's Zoran Mandami. Like, I've covered him extensively before at this point. The Muslim mayor that got his citizenship back in 2019 immediately was an open communist. Like, there's actually, fun fact about Zoran Mandami, there's like 5 different ways we could actually legally deport him. I kid you not. My favorite one is the Communist Act of 1954, I believe. Don't quote me on the actual year of that. It's from the 50s. Where if somebody states that they joins the Communist Party and it openly supports communism within the first 5 years of their citizenship and naturalization, they can be deported. Well, he got his citizenship in 2019, and then in 2020 immediately started posting and joining about the Communist Party. So we could technically go after him for that. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Here, but once again, tanging a little bit. I just no statements, you know. Okay, yeah, terrorism's bad, which I mean it is. I agree, but when he has to make a very plain politician speak statement, they're very dry. He does that for the Muslim terrorists who have proclaimed their allegiance to ISIS and threw a bomb in the direction of his fucking mansion, versus when it's talking about Jake Lang, who organized the protest in the first place, which, keep in mind, even if I'm a little bit sussy-wussy about Jake Lang personally, it was completely peaceful as far as I'm aware. No issues besides the fact that the Muslim, the ISIS supporter, involver, was the one who threw the bomb in the first place. No problems. And the protest is about the anti-Islamification of New York City. And then Zoran Mandami is like, has 4 paragraphs dripping with personal attacks against Jake Lang and trying to make it sound like it's his fault. I love politicians so much. I love Muslims. I love brown people. I want them to stay in my country forever. Here. And on top of that too, just for the record, if you wanna be even more mad, I said I was gonna. I know I said at the beginning of the stream, it's probably gonna be a little bit more of a fun night, and we will. Okay, we will. But if you ever want to get mad at your chud life, just remember there are Muslim terrorists living in luxury, while you, the hard-working chud that likes to watch an anime woman report on the news, is either living with your parents or live in an apartment or have, just say a very, regular plain old house, maybe has some issues. I know it's not all of you guys. I know some of you guys actually have nice lives and money, and things like that. But I keep in mind the average white male does not live in a house like this at all. That the average white male is usually struggling because they can't get a fucking job because they're actually being discriminated against. And in Virginia, they're now working on discriminating against white male owners as well. So welcome, congratulations those who live in Virginia. And just trying to meet the day-to-day needs. But the Islamic terrorists who fucking threw a nail bomb, thankfully it failed, just lives in this wonderful house. Like, it's not a mansion, but like to me it's a mansion. Personally, like this is a house that when I was a kid I would be very jealous of if I would like drive past, or if I went to like a friend's house or somebody from classmates' house or something like that. And because a lot of them did live in houses like this, and I would just be like, man, I wish. Not like my dad's house is actually bad in any way, shape, or form. It is nice, and we have land. So, and I much rather have land than a nice house. Nowadays, I'm an adult. But come on, man. Come on, man. Look at that house. That's so nice. And this is apparently where the Muslim terrorist who threw the nail bomb over the weekend lives, as the FBI raids their house. This is what your tax dollars are supporting. Because, even when they came to, Somalian fraud, right? Because, I reacted a bit to the Nick Shirley's, Somalian fraud in Minnesota stuff that came out in the beginning of, end of December, early January this year, which the fact that we're already in March is quite terrifying. But that's besides the point. One thing I noticed was that if you actually follow these Somalians to their houses, they're quite nice. They live in luxury, which makes sense because if you're leeching that much off the government, you can kind of use your money for other things. And it just seems to be the case for almost all of these nons, except for blacks, because socioeconomic factors. But all these foreigners that have come into the country in the past few decades just have super nice houses. Meanwhile, the average white man who wants to start a family and actually live born and raised American and generations have built the country himself, stuck living with their parents, living in apartments, doesn't actually leech off welfare, doesn't abuse the single mother child support, it doesn't try to get loans from the government for fraudulent things, actually just working a job and paying their taxes like good little goys, the fun exact shit like this. It's infuriating. It's fucking infuriating, man. Ugh. Like, goddamn, this is a house that a white family should have. Like in the perfect world, it should be a nice,
is it the Jews?
30-something-year-old man
It's always the Jews.
with a nice, cushy office job. Working maybe for if you have working for Wall Street, you probably have a nicer house than this. But it's like upper middle class. A wife in her 20s, and with 3 kids. That's what it should belong to. Actual real Americans here, not Islamic terrorists, which our taxes fund for this kind of shit. You can't make it up. Also, I got a woman nose again. I'm sorry. I've seen vids of the Somalis here in Washington, and they have homes just like that, and that's with Washington having some of the most expensive houses. Yeah, how is something with 68 IQ on average, who doesn't actually have a job, and they all leech off the government in some way, shape, or form? Because the important thing to remember about the Somali situation, and I'm sure this applies to a bunch of other groups that are not actually Americans that have been imported here, is that they leech out the government in multiple ways, other than the daycare fraud or the autism fraud. In the case of Somalis in particular, well, not really particular, with any group that's a Muslim, so the Somalis, whoever he belongs to in this case, Muslims in general, they have multiple wives, even though it's not actually legal to have multiple wives. And so what they do is get married to one, get the tax breaks and benefits from that, and have kids with her. And then they have other wives as well, who they impregnate, but they don't actually, we're not married legally. They go to an imam and get married that way instead, and therefore is still technically a wife. She still functions as a wife within their religion, because once again, it's a religious marriage in that case. And so then they have kids with her, and maybe a couple other women as well, depending on, you know, how affluent he is and that kind of deal. And then, but then she can be registered as a single mother underneath the government, because she's not actually legally married within the U.S. law. It just pops out kids, and the more kids you have, the more the government pays up. So we got the autism/daycare fraud. We got the fact that they're getting married legally when they should not be here in the first place. We got the single mother fraud. And then they're also on food stamps just because once again they're single mothers, and so therefore they can get the host of society. And with that, pretty much almost everything's paid for between all the different things that they have. Right there. And I'm sure there's probably more that a lot of people haven't figured out just yet, because the amount of holes within our system to allow shit like this to happen in the first place is insane. So I wouldn't be surprised if this guy comes from a family just like that, because they're all fucking the same. Seriously. Like, okay, fine. Before somebody comes in and be like, actually, I had my this one guy who was like super nice to me, and I know we were good friends at work, and he hates all his other fellow Muslims, or blacks, or gays, or women, or whatever fuck you want to give an example for in this case. So they're not all bad. Okay, fine. 0.001% are A-okay. Is it worth sacrificing my country and my tax dollars for the rest of the 99.9%? I think not. Not when these Islamic attacks happen almost like every single weekend at this point. Who knows how many more actually do occur, because we just it's so frequent that we lose track. I mean, just look at England, for example, for cases like that. Just Callum was doing for like a while before he gave up because it was so common. Days without a channel of migrant rape, and just with the sign being 0. In that case, like it just happens so much that we just become desensitized to it. This wasn't the case 50 years ago. Fuck, even 20 years ago wasn't nearly as bad, but we just made things fucking worse. Ugh. Now I'll happily deport all of them. I don't care. You're the 0.001% that are A-okay. Not worth it. Not worth it. I'm sorry, base, cool black man that exists somewhere in there. You're gone. Hasta la vista. Or Muslim, or whatever you want to use your example again. Not worth it. Not worth it. And of course, CNN, just as always do, no surprise there, leftist media, like to say that Jake Lang is a provocateur, and the Islamic ISIS terrorists are just men. The violent Saturday erupted during an anti-Islam protest organized by a right-wing provocateur that was dwarfed by a crowd of more than 100 counter-protesters, officials said. The men arrived in the city by crossing the George Washington Bridge, and roughly an hour later they were arrested after devices were thrown, Titch said. Okay, so, you know, every single time the left does something with a protest, they immediately turn around and use our morals against us and be like, what about free speech? I thought we live in America. Don't we have free speech and the right to protest? Technically, yes. But you often take things a bit too far, now don't you? Now in this case, I don't think Jake Lang took things too far. Not from what I've seen so far. So what do you mean he's a right-wing provocateur? He was just peacefully protesting, right? It's his right to free speech. That he's doing. But, you know, since he was dwarfed by a crowd of more than 100 counter-protesters, he clearly was in the wrong. Because he was provoking them in the first place. They're just men. Just men. We're not gonna go like, you know, they're ISIS members. Or Muslims. Or brown. No, they're just men. Evil, horrible white men. Ugh. thankfully, New York Post exists, and while the New York Post isn't perfect, and it's obviously on my side and biased, and therefore I like it, they like to do better reporting over the facts and details here. So, 6 arrested after homemade explosive devices at Gracie Mansion protests send people running for cover. 6 people in custody after 2 homemade explosive devices were tossed outside Gracie Mansion Saturday during competing anti- and pro-Muslim protests, causing a panic. Dozens of demonstrators and counter-protesters fled as smoke started to billow from a device which appeared to have a lit fuse and was wrapped in duct tape. There was no injuries and no explosion at roughly 12:30 p.m., standoff police said. Getting some pictures here of some of the things that happened. A second device is also seen according to New York PD. Those devices were glass jars wrapped in electrical tape containing bolts, screws, and nuts featuring a hobby fuse that could be lit according to PD. The New York PD was still investigating whether the homemade devices were functional and if they contained any explosive material, said the Commissioner Jessica Tisch. I hate the fact that women are involved in police work. Ugh. I always speak about the police running towards the danger when everyone else runs away. Let me be clear, that happened today. Officers, many of whom are here with me, ran toward a man carrying a suspicious device. They put the safety of others and their sworn duty to protect and serve above their own personal safety, and I'm grateful that there were no injuries associated with the incident, she said. Today, as always, I thank our police for their noble service. The New York PD is continuing their investigation, along with the Joint Terrorism Task Force, police sources said. 2 people were in custody after the homemade grenade hurling incident. So, minus the fact that it's a woman commissioner, I mean, everything she said is correct. Like, I have some problems with police, but it's not really the job itself I have issues with. It's the subverting of it in general, with all the browns and women, to make them as incompetent and useless as possible, and use it as a target against white men particularly. Though I do know, obviously, some cops can be assholes. You do need cops in general to withhold the peace and handle situations like this. And so, in general, I do support the coppers and the fact that they put their life online to help protect their community like this. So good on them. Even if I'm sure that a lot of them voted for the same situations that they deal with every single day. Like, I don't understand why you would actually become a policeman in 2026. Especially after George Floyd back in 2020. Which was 6 years ago, by the way. Fun fact, if you ever feel old. Because it's just like, you're just sacrificing your life at this point. Like, I mean, you've always been sacrificing your life as a copper, yes. But even more so, you do something correct, like Derek Chauvin did, and your whole life is ruined. You lose your wife, you're thrown in jail for 20 plus years. Your name's smeared through the mud, all because some crack addict, fentanyl addict in this case, lost his life over an overdose. And that just happened to be black, but statistics are racist. Like, why would you want to, like, sacrifice your life in that way? Like, it's one thing to put your life on the line to defend your community and your homeland. It's another thing to be like, yes, the fent addict. Oh, he killed himself from overdose. Well, congratulations, you're a white supremacist! Ugh. Counter-protester Amir Ballet, 18, lit and threw the first device into the crosswalk of East 87th Street and East End Avenue, where it struck a barrier and later extinguished itself, police said. The second person, who has been tentatively identified as 19-year-old Ibrahim Nick, allegedly handed the device to Ballet, authorities said. Ballet is alleged to have lit a second improvised explosive, which he dropped on while running on East End Avenue between East 86th and East 87th Street. Thank you, Post. We're not tracking any injuries, sources told the Post, adding the devices were still being examined before being detonated and destroyed at the Robin's Neck in the Bronx. They can do that in the Bronx? I figured it'd be all run down by now. Reports that one of the devices was a nail bomb were inaccurate, cops said. 4 others were cuffed for their role in the initial protest, which was organized by anti-Muslim right-wing agitator Jake Lang. Lang was not arrested. His small group of 20 haters were met by 125 pro-Muslim protesters, witnesses said. It's unclear which group brought the devices. We're not going to get into that yet, a police spokesman told the Post. Okay. There's been multiple articles since here. What's the date on this one again? March 7th. Okay, so it's a couple days old technically here. So, it's in this case. But, come on, man. Come on. Ah, yes. Which group brought the devices? Was it the anti-Muslim protesters who had the bomb thrown at them? Or is it the pro-Muslim protesters where a Muslim came in, yelled Allahu Akbar, and threw a bomb? And the two suspects arrested are Muslim with the very clearly American names of Imar Balit and Ibrahim. What the fuck? I don't even remember. Nick. And not spell the normal way for that. Yeah, I just wonder. I just wonder who could have brought the bomb. Jesus Christ. And the fact that 4 others were cuffed for the initial protests, like, okay, listen, I haven't seen, unless I missed something, okay? I'm not perfect, or I'm not omnipotent, I'm not God. I might be Jesus Christ reincarnated, but I'm not God. And I haven't seen anything where they're, like, violent and antagonizing. They're just protesting. And 4 others were cuffed and for the initial protest. I hope they're let go at this point, because, like, why? Why? I get the racist and bigoted and haters and awful people, but, like, we're not gonna do anybody else on the left side other than the ones that actually threw the bombs in the first place? The double standards are insane, but what do you expect? It's New York City and New York police. And, and I know people will use as an example for why the police are bad, but it's like, it's not the policemen themselves, it's the city who runs the police, because the policemen are just doing their jobs. Now, I know that, excuses exactly work. But, like, you go in there with good intentions, hopefully you get put in a good unit in a good area, and try your best to keep your home safe. But you have a fat black woman, or a woman in general, being the commander or chief or whatever the case is, and being like, you gotta arrest the protesters who are complaining about the anti-Islamification of New York City, even though they literally just got attacked by a Muslim yelling Allahu Akbar and throwing a bomb. You gotta arrest a few of them because they're racist. And then you have to just do it. You just have to do it. Because it's your job. Now, I know a lot of actual coppers believe that shit because they were born and raised there, so they're relatively okay with it. But but it's not the police itself as a whole, as a concept, as a unit, as a function within government that's the problem. It's the people leading it and within it. And the propaganda being shoved down their throats, especially in these blue areas. The photos show an unidentified individual light what appeared to be a handmade bomb and move to launch it in the street towards a throng of people. Video of the same man showed him lighting a similar device and running down the street before being tackled by New York PD cops. Other photos show a different person also getting tackled and dogpiled by police at the scene. More video from the scene showed one person deploying pepper spray as he stalked by a crowd of angry mass demonstrators. Lang was assaulted during a similar anti-migrant demonstration in Minneapolis in January. Counter-protesters showed up in force after online group General Strike New York City called for the supporters to meet Lang with their own Run the Nazis Out of New York City event. The right-wing provocateur, thank you New York Post, also brought along fully cooked pig to taunt Muslims. Okay, pretty based. And, sounds kind of good right now, but I'm, a little hungry. Who eschew pork for religious reasons. Lang has conducted similar stunts at previous protests, holding up baby pigs as Islam's kryptonite. I mean, it's true, unless they're, like, fake Muslims and they don't pay attention. Lang later claimed there was an assassination attempt on my life today by 2 Muslim men. They threw what appears to be a nail bomb, landing a few feet from me. Team. We will never surrender to radical Islam. Jesus is king. Mayor Mondami's press secretary, Joe Calvello, put out a statement late Saturday that said, "The crusade against Islamification gathering held outside Gracie Mansion today by Jake Lane, a vile white supremacist, was despicable and Islamophobic. Thankfully, the mayor and first lady are both safe, although the events are a stark reminder of the threats they both face regularly." They're just implying that it was Jake Lane who threw the bomb, or his group. Jesus Christ. Like, if he has the money, I would borderline say he should sue for defamation, but I'm not sure if it's possible or worth it. The mayor has spoken with Police Commissioner Tisch, and the New York PD is actively investigating the counter-protests, and suspicious devices discovered outside Gracie Mansion. New York PD, meanwhile, the devices did not explode or detonate. Video circulating on X showed the moment one device was thrown towards Lang. Lang said he fled New York City for Long Island after the incident. Understandable? On Friday, Lang showed up to a vigil for Ayatollah Khamenei, a Washington Square Park, appearing to hump a goat and wave an American flag in the back of a U-Haul van, according to an online video. Police have not released the identity of any individuals in custody or announced any charges. Oh, fuck. I mean, this article's a couple days old. It has the majority of the information here. There has been some very minor updates, but the basis is there. Even though I'm hesitant for Jake Lang in this case, something just feels off about him in general. I have to admit, IRL trolls are really fucking funny. just bring a goat. Just bring a goat and hump it while waving an American flag. Oh, you know what? You do you, buddy. You do you. He's making fun of Muslims. Which I called it when he was just like, yeah, he's a goat fucker. Like, it's a joke, dude. Like, I could tell it's a joke just by the pictures you're fucking posting, you piece of shit. Like, but of course they're using it being like, look how disgusting freaky is. He's a goat fucker. He's making fun of the actual real goat fuckers. There. The whole situation's infuriating. And once again, I don't care how much I beat this dead horse. If you just deport the Muslims, all of them, or line them all up, round them up, and throw them, into the back of a plane, or in a van. I was gonna say ocean, but YouTube might get a little bit upsetty if I said that. And send them back to somewhere, I don't care where, just out of the Western world. We wouldn't have to worry about this kind of stuff. You wouldn't have Jake Lane protesting the anti-Islamification of New York City. And you wouldn't have the Muslim, ironically being there in the first place, throwing the bomb, Allahu Akbar, and into the crowd. Oh my god, the jokes just write themselves. I can't get past the irony of the situation there. Holy fuck. Yeah. Had a fat black female sergeant sit down to fast broke top her pepper spray and blew up her office. She transferred a week later. Surprise, they're so incompetent. And I must say, right, I'm very glad the bomb did not go off. And I might have to see. Sorry. But I'm glad the bomb didn't go off. However, I must say, the fact that the Muslims, the brown ways, couldn't figure out how to build a proper one. Just a little bit funny. Just a little bit funny. Once again, glad it didn't go off. Fuck, I had to blow my nose. Give me a second. about that. Thank you for the bless yous. Okay, let me try to say that again. This take 5. I'm glad the bomb didn't go off, but it's just a little bit funny that the low IQ brownoid Muslim couldn't actually build a proper one. Just gotta point that out. Okay, I'm sorry. My racism's activated at the moment. I had to point that out. I had to point that out. Also, apparently, it was in a different article that I deleted because I figured this one had more information overall. But apparently his family came in 2017 and were naturalized then. So once again, legal immigration is the cause of all our fucking problems. Like, illegal immigration's an issue too. Don't get me wrong. I want all the Mexicans gone and all the other ones that come in that way too. But it really seems like legal immigration is the issue at hand, because almost every single attack, like either one a couple weeks ago, was it even a week? Was it a couple weeks or was it like a week ago? I have no concept of time. But when the Iran war started, and there was that Senegalian that shot some place in Texas, for example. He was here illegally. He had a fucking rap sheet like a goddamn motherfucker. A real hard and if you know what I mean. But he was here illegally, technically. Came in illegally initially, but was able to work the system in his favor to make him legal. And he just, shot up a bunch of people. Fine and dandy. Another Muslim, another foreigner doesn't believe here. Doesn't need to be here. But just keeps on fucking happening. Just keeps on happening. Then you have the H1B issues and the L1s that go with in Texas. Obviously the Somalians have been talked about extensively. We got the Haitian problem, the ones eating the cats and the dogs. We got Nigerians. Like, it's endless. It's endless. It just keep on pouring in because, well, it's fine as long as it's legal. We're being demographically replaced and they're still committing crimes and, taking my tax dollars. But because they came in legally, it's A-okay. Everything's fine and dandy. Oh my god. We need a moratorium on immigration for a minimum of 20 years. We're gonna deport every single foreigner who's come over in the past that's not from a Western country since 1965. Deport all the illegals too while we're at it. And then maybe, possibly, we could open the border again and have a very strict limitations on how many people and what countries they come in from. And then I'll be okay with illegal immigration. But until that happens, no, I don't want any of them here. All of them needs to go immediately. I don't care what it takes, just round them up. Thank you, Story of Vids, for being a member for 1 month. Thank you. I think I've had member stuff before this. What the fuck? Anyways, I'm gonna say a slur before the word count limit hits max. Clear his throat. Hey, you're not on kick, so the singular N does not get slurred. There. I'm not sure what's going on with the member stuff. If you were gifted, I'm not sure that counts, but I don't understand how YouTube works, okay? YouTube is just exists. Come to kick, it's better. We're on kick. I'm just saying. I thank you, Clergy, for the $7 reduce. Thank you. I've been dealing with this for over 20 years in the UK. Sorry, it's become commonplace in the US. Prepare for all violent behavior by mudslimes to be brushed under the carpet as actions of a lone mental health case. Meanwhile, fatigued white person telling ninjas to go home makes headlines. The thing is, this has been happening in the United States a lot as well for 20 years too. The issue is just that nothing gets done about it, and it's becoming more and more common. It's the same case as the UK. It's the whole entire Western world being lambasted by brownoids for decades now. It's all part of the whole Great Replacement. That's not a conspiracy, it's a fact. And then White Pill Germany. More White Pill look at comments. Attitudes would never have been like this 10 years ago in a European country. Video is safe for stream and just 10 seconds long. Thank you, Kalorgi, for giving me those details. I will load this up. What is this? What is this? Oh! Is this oh my god, a woman getting beats? And a Muslim woman? Oh, oh my god, that does make my day. Holy shit. Oh, okay. We gotta appreciate. Remember, chat. You need to beat women. Okay, is that copyrighted music or not? I mean, it's not a short, but like that's still different, you know? Okay, we're just gonna leave it at that, and hopefully YouTube doesn't fucking kill me. But just a copper, just being a Muslim woman. I mean, it's within her religion, so she should be okay with it. That's right, 100%. That's how their arrogance should be treated. Glad to see someone else has put up with that crap. I can't believe her audacity. She wouldn't be bold in her country. That is very true. See? Yeah, I'm glad. What's this? Thanks to the policeman. Don't let the scum touch you. Hey, yo. See, I'm glad people are waking up. A lot more people. I know the internet doesn't fully reflect reality, but a lot more people are waking up in general. And that's a good thing. It's a good thing. The online right is quite strong. We just need to actually organize and work together IRL now, which is easier said than done when glowies exist. I thank you, Morgan LeFou, for celebrating your subby puppy for 10 months in a row. Nowhere paperwork Americans. Yes, true and real. True and real. Here. And here. I thank you, Clergy, for the 500 warp tokens. Hasta la vista! Man, I wouldn't complain if the bomb actually did go off in his hand. Hopefully nobody else would be hurt in the process with that, because I mean he is kind of close to other people. But if this was just it's right next to his head, it's in his hand. Hasta la vista instead, my brother. Yes, I agree. Oh, thank you, Art of Payment, for a racist subby bubby for 10 months in a row. Thank you. Did have I missed any other subby bubby? So far. I don't think so. Okay, so I'm not exactly the best at seeing the resubby bubbies. My apologies, chat. My apologies. The drink eventually took me. I was surprised to be awake and found out the Resident Evil stream went on for another 3 hours after defeating Wesker at the lava map. Yeah, because we did the DLC, but welcome in, Trogan. Hopefully you're doing better today. Not having to deal with the hangover. If they come from a low IQ culture, it's impossible for them to become a part of Western society. Yep. Like, not even a low IQ, though that is a part of it, right? It's a multi-factor aspect going on here. It's a low IQ, completely different religion, completely different genetics, completely different culture, and just completely different people. Like, we had problems with the Germans and the Italians when they immigrated a couple hundred years ago. Like, I've been reading about the biography for President Grant, for example, and there's a part of it where he complains about the Germans in Louisiana. Apparently, or was it Missouri? I think it was Missouri, actually. Sorry, my apologies. But one of the southern states in general, as he was living there for a good chunk of his life. And they were just like, there was a huge wave of German immigration during that time. And they weren't speaking English. They weren't assimilating. They're still bringing their culture over. And the town was whatever town that he was living in, I forget at this point, was just becoming a lot more German. He was very angry at them coming in and turning to German, and he hated the German immigrants. And it's like, yes, see, that's the thing. Just because, like, I get they're white, and so I'm and I will fully admit I am more okay with them because they are white, because they are overall more compatible, because of how similar we are genetically, IQ, culture-wise, but they're still different. Like, they still need proper assimilation, and if they're not assimilating, then they need to get the fuck out, which, actually, a fun fact, both ethnic groups don't actually assimilate because they create their own enclaves, regardless of the case. Are Germans obviously a lot better than Somalians? By a fucking long shot. They're not gonna defraud and rape and steal and all that fun stuff, but they're still not actually assimilating into American culture or where the fuck they're moving to, and that is the problem in itself. The problem is immigration as a whole. Wish people were aware of that, but nobody wants to actually address that. Just that. No. Okay, chat. We need to be reacty. We need to get a little reacty tonight. So give me a second. I'm gonna let my dog out. Yes, he's been pawing at me. And we'll get into the slappa. So I'll be right back in just a second. Sorry about that, chat. As it gets warmer, the doggo wants to explore a little bit more. It's not allowed. No, he must be chained by my side at all times. Though I don't have a shot collar for him, so therefore I'm better than Hassan. No. Anyways, no, I'm excited for this. I don't know anything about this other than it's gonna be with Tyler Oliveira. And as the Sam Hyde React VTuber, you know, it's my job to react to Sam Hyde. I know I missed this last one, but other things came up. But since I've done a couple reacts from Tyler Rivera himself, with the most recent one being the Jewish invasion of New Jersey here, and how much controversy that has caused since that he's lost his website. He got his Patreon shut down. He created a website, and then recently he lost his website too. Now it's it's back up on a different platform, but the website hosting company banned his site, citing violation of German law, exploitation of vulnerable populations, admitted circumvention of platform bans. So wonderful things. Wonderful things. There. I'm very curious to see how this Sam Hyde episode goes overall. Sadly, this vid was recorded with the Juden vid, so it's just about the Indian Poop Festival. It is? Aw, fuck, man. I was hoping it was gonna be about the Jewish invasion. That's why I called it the extra spicy edition. That sucks. I mean, the Indian Poop Festival is still gonna be good because once again, I'm a racist, so therefore I will happily enjoy shitting on them, literally in this case. But like, man. Okay, I guess this is what I get for not pre-watching anything. I want to have live raw reaction on stream. But alas, that is not the case. But we'll still enjoy it because it's gonna be funny regardless. Let me been staying up this whole entire time. Let me get in my comfy, oh, I'm breaking shit. Let me get in my comfy position. Oh, what else am I? Let me get my chair and not break more things in the process. Yeah, I should have done this before I came back from letting the doggo outbreak, but I didn't think about the time. I was just thinking, oh wait, it's a video. I like to be comfy and sit while watching videos. Because it's just, I don't know, it's like watching... Not one of the things you do the standing, Just not one of those things. Didn't think about that. Didn't think about it. Ugh. Oh, I always thought you had a standing desk? It's fancy. It is a standing desk. I can move it up and down. But the problem is, the moving it up and down process with, how very clean this office is. This little office of mine. I kind of forget where I put things, because I have to sometimes readjust things as it goes up and down. And, since I'm going on vacation next week, I've been charging the portable chargers. Because listen. Ugh, I'm a woman of 2026, okay? I gotta make sure all my electronics are gonna be perfect for flight. So, therefore, I gotta make sure the purple chargers are all good here. Next, you'll be hearing her tumble and stumble on her chair. Actually has happened before. Okay. Go. Also, if you would like the classic P.E.P.E hoodie to be on for reacts, I'm paintballing it behind the YouTube bros. The YouTube bros can decide if they would like me to wear the P.E.P.E hoodie or not, if they hit the goal. Because listen, this might not be about Indians, but I gotta activate my people. Just listen. It's just what you just gotta do. What you gotta do. If you can't beat them, join them. Okay. So if you like the P.E.P.E hoodie for the classic reacts, there we go. So support YouTube. Oh, okay. Let's get this party started. Let's get this party started.
You're about to watch a Sam Hyde Show interview with Tyler Oliveira. Now, Tyler recently got into a little bit of a tizzy, you might call it. He's a tizzy-centric gentleman. He's always getting into tizzies here and there. This time with the Jews. Now, this interview, for context, was filmed several weeks ago, so that topic doesn't come up. If you want to support Tyler, make sure you go to tylerraw.com. That's tylerraw.com? Is that the website? tylerraw.com. That's kind of a That's a domain right there.
Sam Hyde's trying so hard not to make a sex joke out of this. Raw. Yes, you get to see Tyler's Raw member. If you go to his website and subscribe to him there. Tyler Raw.
Tyler Raw. So yeah, anyway, we had a good interview, but it was a few weeks ago when Indians were more sort of the flavor of the week. But if you want to support Tyler, go to tylerraw.com.
Powered by diesel fumes and personal vendettas, streaming from the back of a surveillance ice cream truck, you are tuned to The Sam Hyde Show. Prepare yourself for a roommate dispute that required NATO intervention, the 7-Eleven cashier who knows your middle name, and a prayer circle interrupted by interdimensional flurries. And now, your host, the only civilian to be flagged as strategically unpredictable,
Sense the vibes.
Sam Hyde.
Vibes will be good.
No, they're not.
Why not?
So I'm in a bad mood. I'm just introspective today.
Really?
A little bit, yeah.
I think you've had a pretty impressive, prolific, 2-decade-long career fighting against censorship, deplatforming. I'm impressed.
That's very nice of you.
You have a very riddled, colored history. It's tough to keep track of all the lore, but
A very nice guy.
I'm surprised you're on YouTube right now. It's impressive. Yeah.
Don't compliment me. I'm not built for that. Guys, welcome back.
Mood. Just Sam Hyde being just like, please stop. Please stop complimenting me. This is making me feel really awkward.
The Sam Hyde Show. We got our tart green apples. Don't worry, we're gonna edit this part out. We're gonna make this. By the time the editors are done with this, the show is gonna be flying. All right? Hold on a second. What do you think, Luke?
To be fair, based apple choice. Green apples are the superior apples, and now I want an apple.
Guys, we're here with Tyler Oliveira. Did I pronounce that right?
That's right. Thanks for having me, man.
He's a young documentary filmmaker. He's making waves currently. There's a green apple in my mouth. It sounds like the guy's got a green apple in his mouth. Guys, we're here with Tyler Oliveira. He's on Twitter right now. He's blowing up. Tell us about his India trip. What's going on?
Well, let's start from the beginning. So, about a year ago, I saw a video on Twitter. It's a pretty infamous low-res video of a bunch of Indians throwing these spheres of poop in the air, flying, almost like a war scene. We saw this, we looked up India Poop Throwing Festival. What is this? Basically trying to figure out what it was. Every year in this remote village in South India, they have this celebration called Goraba, where over the course of 6 months, they collect cow poop, store it in the village in various mounds, little mountains of cow poop. At the end of Diwali, they have this cow poop ready to be used as ammunition for this sort of war scenario.
It's like a food fight.
Exactly.
It's play. It's
playful.
It's primal play.
It is.
The way our ancestors used to play.
Exactly. And they're like planning the whole year around this celebration almost. So there's this god, Bireshwara Swami.
I'm familiar.
I'm butchering this. But
Bireshwara Swami. That reminds me of someone named Vivek Ramaswamy. Now, I know the Indians have literal names called like Puja and Shit Deep and different things like that. But I just find it a little bit funny that Vivek Ramaswamy, then we have this, what was it?
So there's this god,
Bireshwara Swami. I'm probably just making connections out of nothing, right? But just, I don't know, a little bit. Just a little bit interesting how that works.
Swami.
I'm familiar.
I'm butchering this. But he is a manifestation of Shiva, the god of destruction and regeneration. Stay with me. This god was born from cow dung, cow poop, as the legends say. So he was born from this pile of cow poop, and they worship this god. And in order to recreate his birthing ritual, apparently, they have all this poop stored and ready to smear themselves in it and throw it at each other at the end of the year, basically, or at the end of Diwali.
I just want to know, like, I get in India cows are sacred in general. I don't know why they're sacred. I mean, they're a great source of meats and milk and deliciousness in general. So I can kind of understand from that aspect of things of how resource plentiful they are, which is why you kill them and use them for leather, different things like that. But the fact that they're sacred, so they don't use any of it, and they're also, Asian, so lactose intolerant. Well, I say Asian, but we're talking about like that area of the world in general that has lactose intolerance, which is quite common actually in the third world. So I get, okay, fine, they think cows are sacred. They're not that okay, I can see the logic behind it. There's other religions out there who have had different animals be sacred too. Okay, that checks out. I'm okay with it. But to go as far to make a festival for the cow poop and make that sacred. What? It's poop. Everyone knows is unsanitary, even way back in the day. Well, like, we're talking hundreds of years ago when we didn't have science. You know, all across all religions and all cultures. They knew that excrement was unhealthy. They didn't understand why it was unhealthy. But a lot of cultures understood that it had some issues with it, and you should, you know, be careful where you bury it dead. Be careful where you poop at, and things like different things like that for their own sanitary conditions because they were able to recognize it. I know not all of them because there's definitely some African tribes that use like their poop for hair coloring. I kid you not. There's an African tribe that exists where for women to select a mate, or to find a mate in general, they put poop in their hair. And whichever woman has the nicest poop hair, gets the husband. So it's not all of them, and it seems like the lower IQ, the worse it is. But I still just want to know how that just happens in the first place. I just can't comprehend it. I just can't comprehend it.
Wally.
They're saving all the shit from the cows.
Literally.
Okay.
Yeah, throwing
For a
fest.
big shit fight.
Correct.
Okay.
So we didn't know if this was even happening this year. We booked the flights like 8 months in advance. We flew in there with my translator, Vivek.
Nice
Very
guy.
common name. Yeah. Great guy.
Yeah.
And he linked us up with another guy named Simon. Simon speaks the dialect local to this area. The tongue is called Kannada. Not the country.
That's funny.
But the dialect is called Kannada.
Okay, I'm sorry. The fact that the local dialect is Canada. Meanwhile, Canada is importing bajillion Bajeets into their country. And you can still find so many videos of these wonderful, diverse creatures throwing literal shit and trash into the Canadian rivers and just ruining it everywhere they touch. I mean, this happens across the entire Western world. But there's a graph out there that I do not have on hand where it shows, like, after 2020, just Indian immigration just goes skyrockets. It's insane. And they're all Indian. It's quite notorious in Canada. We have the problem here in the United States. But Canada is notorious for the Indian immigration there. And there's a local dialect in India called Canada, and they throw poop at each other, their festival. It just... Man, God works in mysterious ways.
Ironically, right? So we have Simon and Vivek. We go into this village. Apparently Simon's from this village. He's celebrated the festival. It's happening this year. We confirm it the day before. We come back the next day. I put on a hazmat suit and some goggles. I go out there with the intention of basically filming from the outside.
You didn't film from the outside?
No.
No,
we got balls
saw.
deep. Yeah, we were in it.
You were in
By we, I mean myself.
Right.
It was just me. My cameraman was throwing up in the car, flying the drone.
Was he throwing up?
Yeah, he was throwing up. He was pretty weak stomach.
Yeah.
So I brought him to India 2.5 years earlier, and he was...
I mean, imagine the smell. Like, if I remember correctly, it has been a few months since I actually watched the video. If I remember correctly, he does talk about the smell being atrocious. I just can't imagine that. Also, I am concerned about the water he's drinking in the video, too, because, like, that's probably also, even though it's clear, it's probably gross, because people have done tests of, like, water coming out of sinks in India, and it still is completely unsanitary, unfit for human consumption in every way, shape, or form. Just, I know he got, like, a bunch of blood tests and different things done after India, and it seems like he's fine. But I don't know fucking how. I don't know how. Like, some of that stuff literally gets in his face. He's drinking the water. Like, how is he okay? I know he's got money, and so therefore he can maybe get access to some really nice Western doctors that are not also Indian, because they're also overrunning that sector of as well. But man, I don't know. Maybe God is real.
Just throwing up left and right. He's a very weak stomach.
You've been to India twice?
Twice.
What was the first time for?
So the first time we went to the world's largest slum, and then we went to the most polluted city in the world at the time, which was the capital of India, New Delhi. During that trip, I got 4 types of salmonella, and we only ate from 5-star hotels.
Oh,
and we
man.
learned that the food we were eating from, which was mostly boiled eggs, the chicken was right next to a mountain of trash. So the supply chain was poisoned.
Oh, man.
So we got...
I think I remember hearing that case, actually. I didn't know it was him. But I'm pretty sure I remember hearing that story where a guy went to India, ate from only 5-star restaurants, and still got salmonella. Goddamn, okay. That's... I'm not that surprised because it's India at that point, and my racism has evolved to be like, okay, yeah, it's India, whatever, right? But, like... Still, what 5-star, like, is it actually 5-star if you still get salmonella? 4 types of it? I don't think so. Like, that's 1 star. That's not even a star. That's abysmal. But it's India, so I guess it's 5-star. You're not dying.
Got what you call deli belly.
Deli belly.
Deli belly. And my cameraman got really sick, and we called the trip short, actually, and just went home about 2 weeks. You know that guy?
No.
He's a major shareholder in 7-Eleven, I believe. He has a mansion 30 stories high in the middle of, right next door to one of the largest slums in the world, or largest slum in India. Almost to spit in the face of these poor people. It's kind of sad. His son had a massive wedding. The Kardashians were there. They were paid a bunch of money to make an appearance, from my understanding. So this mega celebrity wedding in India. I think Justin Bieber also went there.
This guy seems cool. Maybe you could get some money out of him.
Yeah.
How did the celebrities not die then? I mean, I know Tyler Oliveira is not really a celebrity in that sense. So maybe they imported food specifically for, because like, what was it, like Justin Bieber? I'm going frame by frame here. Why does Justin Bieber have his pants down? I know he got raped, but like still. Boris Johnson. What is that? John Cena? Like, I'm assuming they had to import like Western well food for them to come. Are they being paid the what 10 million? What? Oh, no, not even that. Cost estimated between 600 million to $1 billion. Jesus Christ. Somewhere. So they're being paid lots of money. Justin Bieber's reportedly paid 10 million. Rihanna's pre-wedding performance was estimated about 6.3 million. Beyonce was 1.7 million. Oh my god, yeah, they... Oh, fuck.
From my understanding, so this mega celebrity wedding in India. I think Justin Bieber also went there.
This guy seems cool. Maybe you could get some money out of him.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
You should just go move to India, do full time.
I don't think they'll let me back into India, by the way.
Oh, you don't think so?
I believe my visa is officially revoked after this trip.
Okay.
And I haven't tried to find out yet. I'd have to show up and then get turned back.
Oh, shit. Okay.
So I haven't done that yet.
Did you get blowback from this project for real, or was that just a marketing thing?
No, that was for real. It was also a marketing thing. A couple days after posting a little teaser, a minute-long teaser, which is kind of like the climax of the video, just poop flying everywhere, me getting covered in shit, I posted this little teaser, and then I started getting texts. Like, I woke up to texts like, I'm gonna fucking kill you. Like, I'm gonna rape your sister. Like, I don't even have a sister, by the way.
Well, in India, that's
I'm
like
gonna fuck her in the pussy.
That's like a common sort of...
What the fuck's going on?
It's just a threat.
Yeah, they give you a sister.
You don't have to have a sister. Right?
You know, I've heard it before.
I'm like, bro, if I did have a sister, you would not touch her. So I woke up, literally.
No, that's the thing about Indians, is that they're so obsessed with sex. Because they are just... Like, they're roaches themselves. And that they have so much rape. Because, like, they can't actually get, like, a woman properly. They just rape. And they desire Western women because white women are the most desirable women across the board. Which has been proven statistically, fun fact. And the only real way they actually see white women, though, is through OnlyFans or porn. And so they get this weird sense because of the 78 IQ. Or is it 76? I forget what their average is. It's 70 something. It's been a minute since I talked about Indians. And because so they think all white women do porn and are meant to be raped in that case. And so they're like, yeah, I'm gonna rape your sister. I don't have a sister. No, don't care. I'm gonna rape your mom instead. Okay? Okay? I look. Oh, sorry, I had the accent out. There's the key words that get the accent going for me. Sir, do not redeem, sir. I forgive you, sir. Bonjour, motherfucker. Your sister the only fan, sir.
To a bunch of texts with Indian area codes on WhatsApp, and then my actual phone number. A lot of Indian Americans, too, I think, were coming after me.
Nice.
Yeah, some tribal loyalty, right? We can talk about that in a second. The long and the short is my phone number was leaked. They said I was a poop cleaner. They put out this goofy little visual graphic on like Indian Twitter of call him, text him, harass him, basically. I'll get the occasional text like, hey, I want you to fucking kill yourself. I'm gonna fucking kill you. And then like, hey man, I love your videos. It's just like a public phone number now.
Nice.
My old address, I grew up in my family home. It was ironically sold to Indians. That address got leaked.
Yeah. Wow.
And so the address leaked by a bunch of Indian hyper-nationalists is a home now owned by Indian Americans.
That's funny.
Some irony to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, my dad's like business got Google review bombed. They took him off Google reviews.
Nice.
So they're coming after the whole family, man.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, my mom's concerned.
I love Indians. I have no problem with Indians. I never have.
Yeah, that's basically right.
Okay.
Yeah, for the record, I kind of want to go back to India one day, so hopefully this doesn't blow up in my face.
Well, the documentary...
I don't think he's going back to India. He already said that his visa got, like, revoked. I don't think he's going back to India. And if he does, he might be actually attacked. Now, apparently, the grip strength of the average Indian is weaker than a Scandinavian woman. And they're not very smart. But they're still gonna probably try to do something to him if he does go back. I would not be surprised. I know he said he's gonna wait till labor to talk about the tribalism aspects of stuff. And I'm kind of holding my tongue until he brings it up too to keep it on point. But they are very passionate about defending their pride in their own. Something that white people do not have at all. Pretty much all groups do in general, but Indians in particular are very strong about this. I'm not surprised. I've had a few Indians before get into chat or in my comments and say all these like crazy stuff, or on Twitter, and it's just like, I know you're a little roach. You're so cute. You're just so adorable. You think you can do anything with your super weak grip strength. Like I can't lift 25 pounds over my head, and you think that you can actually rape me? Oh, you're adorable, aren't you? Being literally cow shit colored. Aww. Go back to your shithole where you belong, freak.
It didn't seem like you were trying to paint them or portray them in a negative light at all. It just seemed like you were there sort of showing what was happening. How neutral or not neutral are you in your films?
I think we're pretty neutral. I'll sometimes pop off on Twitter here and there, but I try to separate the documentaries a little bit from my personal opinion for the most part. This video was treated with the utmost respect, in my opinion, for what it is, right?
I thought so too.
And here's the thing: these guys were chill. Like, you can see the smiles on their face. They're hoisting me through the shit. Like, they're really hospitable guys.
They look nice and like they're really happy. I mean, the one thing is that there were like about 2 or 3 women in the whole video.
I was gonna bring that up. You'll notice it's only shirtless men in there.
Right.
So the women have the dishonor of not being able to play in the poop.
But even before the poopy play, like just walking around the village, there were not any women walking around the village.
They were actually collecting a lot of the shit for the festival.
Oh, okay.
They're doing some of the dirty work without the
so
pleasure
they're
of being
behind the
able to
scenes,
participate.
getting their hands dirty, doing...
Yes, the logistics required to put the show on, if you will. So, I mean, look at those mounds, though. That's the accumulation of 6 months worth of cow poop from only
Every household is saving their cow shit in their backyard, and then on the day, is it the day of that they get transported in tractors and stuff?
Yeah, day of.
On the woman point, I was going to say, because like I said, it's been a minute since I actually watched the video at this point. I have a memory of a goldfish. So to say, maybe the Indians were actually smart enough to not have the woman participate because they knew that if the woman gets sick or they're pregnant, it causes problems, right? But then they go have the woman do the literal dirty work and collecting the cow shit, and it's like, okay, never mind. A woman is used as slaves, which I mean, on one hand is based, right? You know, you should use women as a slave. But I'm thinking more of the sex slave type. But they have them doing the manual labor because the men are superior. Just it's funny how that works. Keep in mind, when they import these people in, like I'm all for degrading women, right? I'm all for putting women in their place and beating them, but manual labor is a man's job. In my opinion. I'm not saying women can't do any manual labor whatsoever, right? I know women work in the fields before, like you can like, but I'm just actual like lifting and building, like construction, or in this case, poop hills. I don't know. I see this more as like a man's thing. Women are supposed to be like having kids and making food and knitting, various stuff like that. But maybe I'm too Western. Maybe I'm too liberal still.
Bunch of tractors come in.
How high was the final?
Man, I don't know if it was that high. We're talking maybe probably knee deep. I got sucked into once I got in there, but it was pretty wide, like the whole little town center right next to the temple. And they were unloading mounds upon mounds of this poop. So you'll see right there, that's just one pile. That's pretty big. That's like 4 or 5 feet tall. Keep in mind, though, there's also like a junior Olympics for the kids.
Hold on, 4 or 5 feet tall? That's about my height. He's a guy, right? So he's pretty tall. I don't know how tall Tyler Oliveira is. Is he like 6 foot? I get the vibes that he's like 6 foot or something like that. And then with the camera perspective too. I didn't realize that the mountains themselves were about 5 feet tall. That's as tall as I am. I literally. Oh, okay. Don't worry, it's about the male Indian height. Fair enough, fair enough. No wonder it can be that higher than that.
So the kids have their own little poop fest for themselves. Where they'll be throwing poop at each other. Some of these kids, I feel bad. They're just like saddened by the whole thing. They're just getting shit on, literally just like hit in the back. One kid gets hit, and then all of them just target one of the kids. Okay, that right there is where they clean themselves. It's the Stillwater Pond off the side of the street. I'm gonna let you digest this for a minute here because there's a lot to break down. But
digest. Yeah, I want to digest a lot of this.
Fair disclaimer to India. Vivek didn't even know about this event. So he's from North India. He's from New Delhi in the north. Big city, big capital city, most polluted city in the world. He had no clue this existed. So fair disclaimer to all the Indians out there mad at me. I know not all of you knew about this place or this festival in the first place.
Don't kill Tyler.
Please do not kill me. I'm a good guy with an even bigger heart. I really just wanted to immerse myself in the festival.
I remember at the end of the video you came.
I mean, okay, fine, that is fair, right? Because I remember when this came out, a lot of Indians were upset because it's just like apparently only very small town, middle of nowhere that does this stuff. Nowhere else in India does this kind of deal. But like, I don't really care. Like, I'm not Tyler. Good on him for putting that disclaimer on there. I know why he's doing it, but I don't care, right? If he goes to a 5-star restaurant in the capital and still gets 4 different types of salmonella, the chicken, who apparently live right next to a massive trash heap, it still makes your country a horrible shithole. Like, you just look at like, another fun fact of the day. You used to be able to go on Google Maps and drop your little guy in anywhere, right? You still technically can. But it became a common theme where people would do that in India, and just to see how much shit you would see on the ground. Because if you could do that and literally see random turds all over the place. Just anywhere in India, just drop your little yellow guy down and just see turds. Just there. And they had to start blurring parts of India, or just India in general, when you do that thing, because it became such a big problem because people were just posting that. Like, it's just, The sanitary conditions in India are just non-existent. Like, not even held. Literally don't fucking exist. So I don't really care if it's only one small town in the middle of fucking nowhere, India, that does the poop throwing festival. India is still a shithole, and I would not go there. You could not pay me enough money to make me go to India to have to deal with any of the things that India has to offer, including the Indians themselves.
Out barefoot too. You had no shoes on in that poop pile. That was the most brutal aspect, the most brutal detail.
That was against my will.
They
I
took your
had a
shoes
pair
off?
of disposable shoes I selected for the event, ready to trash them. He said shoes have to come off.
Oh, you need
He said shoes off, man.
You might track in mud.
Yeah, that'd be
It's
terrible, right?
like- How did you get like finally clean before getting on your air?
Okay, 1 second. I've been holding back this past 11 minutes and 8 seconds of the video. The white guy, I never remember their guys' names. Even though I keep reacting to these videos, I can never remember their fucking names. I'm so sorry. But the white guy is looking... I'm kind of confused because, like, on one hand, he looks really good from, like, the front. On the other hand, I really wish he would shave his neck beard. Yeah, not shave, just trim it. Because from the side, it doesn't look as good. Like this angle. Like, he's attractive. And it looks good from the front. Keep the scruff, but please trim your neck beard. It's been bothering me the past 11 minutes. I have to say something. I have to say something. I'm sorry.
Airplane or whatever.
Yeah, it was pretty depressing, actually. So they had a faucet in the village. I just scrubbed my face red to get all the poop off my actual face and mouth, which was pretty nasty. Yeah, so they fed me water. They gave me water. They were very hospitable in that sense, but I liquefied the shit in my teeth and drank it unknowingly.
Did it taste?
Mike.
I mean, how would you imagine shit tastes like how it smells? That's what I would say, right?
Okay, well, I didn't... That wasn't part of the original video. Holy shit. Liquefied this shit and drank it. I'm not that surprised, but at the same time, like, how the fuck do you get out of your mouth then? Like, I mean, it's in your mouth already, and then, like, you have to, like, I know you have to spit it out, but there's still remnants there, right? There's still remnants. How is he okay? Like, how is he alive? I don't understand. Oh my god.
We had someone that drank pee.
I listened in on that, yeah.
Don't disrespect John Otto.
No, I watched that episode. He seems like a very interesting guy.
Nice guy.
Yeah, check him out at pptaste.com.
Poop tastes like how it smells. Keep in mind, though, the cows, you would hope, are only eating grass. But the reality is they're not. While they're worshipped almost like godlike beings, you'll see them oftentimes just eating trash off the side of the street. So, you know the term holy cow. Obviously, it originates from India.
Oh my
This is
god.
obvious for most.
I never made the connection.
I knew that cows were holy. I didn't know that's where the
Holy
term
cow, holy
originated
shit.
from.
There you go. So there's this reverence for cows, right, in India. This is what Vivek was telling me. The best place in the world to be born a cow is India. But you'll often see them roving through trash, eating out of trash piles. So I don't think they're properly fed or given proper nutrition or that sort of thing.
They're not reverent enough.
Perhaps not. Where do we want to go?
The fact that here in the West, where we eat cow regularly, in fact, I will be having some after stream, and I'm very excited. We treat them better here, as we slaughter and kill them, and use them for various resources, better than the place that actually thinks they're sacred. You know, God, like, just eat trash there. I would be surprised if it wasn't India. Because they don't even treat themselves correctly. They don't even treat themselves well at all. But the 75 IQ just makes it impossible to understand the decisions and consequences of your actions. You need like a 90 IQ to understand consequences. And when your average IQ is 75, well, yeah, it doesn't really put you in a good position in that case to do so. And so they just live in the trash heaps. And if it's good enough for them, it's good enough for their cows, I guess. Yeah, the cows look emancipated all out again in the video. Oh yeah, I remember that. I talked about that too. It's just how they live. That's how they live. And yet, remember, chat, we have to import more of them into the United States and Canada and the UK and literally all the whole entire Western world.
With this poop discussion, the rabbit hole goes deep, Sam. I'm gonna be honest. The rabbit hole goes really deep.
Does it go deeper? What else is there?
There's demons.
There's a lot of dimensions to this if you want to explore it. Are you ready?
Okay.
All right. Leading up to this festival, first and foremost, I met a guy, a very nice villager, who told me if you consume cow poop in small amounts, it serves as cancer prevention. So he picked up some raw poop off the ground, formed it into a ball, took a little piece, and ate it right then and there. If you've ever been to Baskin Robbins, it's almost like what they give with those small spoons.
He was all out of pink spoons.
Exactly.
I'll take the rocky road, actually. This tastes like shit.
Oh. So what you'll notice is he's unaffected by that amount of poop in his mouth.
He's got a gold bracelet.
There is impressive
That's a
levels of
Rolex.
resilience. They're pretty apathetic to the overall smell in there, and it was bad. I'm pretty nose blind, but damn. I used my cameraman as a litmus test for the strength of his scent. He's super nose sensitive, and he was just throwing up the whole time.
Okay.
They threw a bunch of poop on his back, and he was throwing up. So he was in a yellow hazmat suit. He just danced away, went in the car, threw up, and just commiserated alone. This poop. Do we want to go down the poop
It
rabbit
cures
hole?
cancer.
Yes.
If you eat it.
So
Duh.
Every day.
of course, right?
Duh.
Daily thing.
There's more than just eating it.
What else?
So when I say poop, assume it's cow poop for all of this, by the way.
Yeah.
There's cow poop toothpaste, if you look that up.
Is that just used in the village, or is that all over India? Where do they use the cow poop toothpaste?
It depends how much of a religious zealot you are, from my understanding. It's not like you'll see everyone brushing their teeth with cow poop toothpaste. It's nothing like that, but it is seen as this sort of sanctifying and purifying.
I can't, chat. I can't. I'm sorry. I'm just sitting here. Oh, like I said before, I'm not surprised 'cause it's India, but at the same time, I'm sitting here. Just, I still can't comprehend it either, right? Like, not surprised 'cause it's India. But I can't comprehend it. Does that make sense? I just don't get it. I just hurts my brain. Benasaki Farms authentic Danta Majan premium Desi cow dung ash Senha Namak alum 30 Dant Majan organic Dant Mansion for strong and healthy teeth and gums. Organic and pure, pack of 4, each 25 grams. I like how they put in the organic and pure. What do they mean organic and pure? If the cows are just eating trash on the side of the street and they emancipated it as fuck, like, I very curious the quality of this cow for it being organic and pure. I like how they throw that in too. Like, that's a Western sense, like, that's a Western thing, because specifically in the United States. Because our problem with our cows is that, well, we don't feed them trash. We feed them corn and other, like, gruel that's unhealthy for them, too. Makes them very plumper, but it makes them very low nutritionally as well. And then it makes, in return, humans sick by eating that, because you're not actually getting the nutrients you should from the cow. And you're getting poisoned by the cornmeal that they're eating. But cornmeal is still better than trash off the side of the streets. And that they want to use the poop to brush their teeth with it. I just... Man, and like I've heard before, and I do believe this, and it makes sense, that because India is so unsanitary, but they're born and raised there, that they've mutated, like this is like evolution and that works like in real time, right? Or because even before the British came, they've had all these problems too. They've mutated themselves into being little cockroaches. Like I know, like Turkey gets called as cockroaches. Okay, sorry. Like, not like I'm a super big fan of Turkey, but I feel like India is the real cockroaches because they just have adapted to the horrible conditions that they've created themselves, and that they don't get affected by these things. Like the guy who took a little bit of cow poop and put it on his tongue. No reaction to that. The fact that they can dance the cow poop and have no problems. The fact that, Tyler Oliveira, and his crew got 4 different types of salmonella from the 5-star restaurant there. They don't have these problems because they have built up a immune system that fights against these kind of things. Like they're literally their own bioweapons. In that case. And then they have the audacity to import them over here, keep the same sanitary conditions as India, which are non-existent. And then we wonder why we're having problems in the United States. Like,
Substance.
Yeah.
As panacea, right? This medicinal cure-all.
Grab a handful, guys.
If you look up gomutra, this is the Sanskrit term for cow urine. It's also used as a sort of cure-all medicinal powerhouse. You drink some of this, you'll cure any internal illnesses you have.
Now that I can actually kind of believe in. Oh, they got it. It comes in a bottle?
Yeah, man. This is industrial.
Fuck. Oh. But it comes in like a sport bottle, too. Where's the...
That's the
like it's
A2
Gatorade or something.
Sure. There's another substance that's used in holy rituals. It's a combination of curd, milk, cow urine, and cow poop. And this has holy powers, apparently.
We got to rush through this because it's making me sick.
Yeah. Oh, really? You're weak stomach like that?
I don't. This is disgusting. What else do they do? Let's bullet point.
Something
okay,
cool.
so during COVID-19, there.
I shouldn't be making fun of Sam because when they're talking about drinking the cow piss from the Gatorade bottles, I was definitely feeling a little bit queasy there. But just look at him. This could be like a meme react image here. Clenching on the dear life to the chair, staring wide-eyed at the screen that they're looking at with these little fat toys, being like, "Holy fuck, let's go! Like, we need to get out of Dodge right now."
Rubbing themselves in cow poop to cure. I mean, when I say they, it's not all of India, once again, but many rural Indians were rubbing themselves in cow poop to cure themselves of COVID-19.
Yep.
Doctors at the time were like, don't do this, because obviously you're not going to cure COVID-19 by rubbing yourselves in cow poop.
Yep.
But a lot of the rural villagers were doing that.
Okay.
In addition to that, that's just kind of a one-off COVID phenomenon, fun fact.
Yeah, that was a trend.
Yeah, it's just a trend, like those Tide Pods or whatever, right? In addition to that, it's historically been used as an insulating element inside the homes. So they'll rub the inside of the walls with the cow poop to insulate the homes and to ward off insects.
Doesn't that attract insects?
This is real.
Don't flies like poop?
See, that's what I was thinking, right? The only instance I've seen flies just come out of thin air is when they attract themselves to poop, right? But in this case, they're telling me it's insect repellent.
You say poop in a funny way.
You poop.
Poop?
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, I got starstruck because I watched the documentary and the way you said poop.
Yeah.
Poop. And you said it in person, I was like, that's the guy.
That's the guy, yeah. Hopefully this isn't the legacy. Cow dung, not cow poop. Cow dung. Cow dung, not cow poop. The Indian nationalists were very upset with me when I used the word poop instead of dung. My argument is they're synonyms, they're interchangeable, which they are, for the record. But anyways, they were coming after me, and then they got community noted. They said cow dung is in fact poop. And that was end of discussion.
Blam.
Boom.
To be fair, dung has a more of an academic smack to it.
This isn't academia, Sam.
Well, we're talking about someone's culture that we should be respectful of.
So in 2020, the Department of Science and Technology in India was lobbying to research the medical benefits of cow dung in the medicinal field. You can look this up. However, several doctors signed a petition basically arguing to not pursue this research.
Wait,
and
here's the headquarters, by the way, of the science and technology.
Sorry, we gotta... That's just a work of art right there. You know, a picture paints 1,000 words. And I think there's a lot more than 1,000 words in this picture. Much more than my pea brain could ever compute. out and throw it to the internet. Just look at that. If you're listening to this video, right, this stream, just stop whatever you're doing. Or cooking, playing a video game, or I don't know, having sex, whatever the case that you're doing at this time. Just pause and just know that this is the facility where they're trying to register to research the medicinal benefits of cow poop, or dung, as they like to say. Just take it in. Take it in.
The science and technology.
Yo, come on, man. They're doctors and engineers. Slow down.
It's like a Dr. Seuss world. They smear the poop on the walls.
Dr. Seuss, that is a funny way to think about it.
It's bizarre.
Zippity zoop, I'm wiping some poop.
So obviously not every Indian's doing this, right?
Is that obvious? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Sam, you're gonna get me killed, man. You're gonna turn me into a martyr, brother.
Okay.
I don't know if this balances it out, but I asked.
Okay, that's the yeah. That's
what
one of the
are the
headlines.
what are the India like American equivalents? Because this is a small.
Okay, sure.
area.
We'll play this game. All right, this is a false conflation, but a false equivalency.
Somebody said Woodstock '94, but that's mud.
Oh, okay. There's two things we got to break down. So, an Indian nationalist that I believe participated in my doxing. Whatever, cow dung believers will disagree with me on this, but disclaimer for your audience, so you don't get terminated off of YouTube: do not consume cow poop. And diseases such as, but not limited to, E. coli, Salmonella, Giardia, Cryptosporidium.
Sounds like a crypto token.
That sounds fun, that one.
Point being, a lot of bacteria in this cow poop. I do not suggest consuming it, but I'm not a doctor. So some of the Indian nationalists were conflating this cow poop throwing festival to Woodstock, in which Woodstock attendees unknowingly rolled around in what they thought was mud. The difference here, though, is these attendees know it is, in fact, cow poop, and they're willingly smearing it on themselves and throwing it at one another.
Aha. Okay, so the Indians are trying to make the argument that other cultures engage in similar behavior.
Correct.
Okay.
There's a secondary example, though, you should be aware of.
Okay.
The Wisconsin Cow Chip Throwing Festival. So, a cow chip apparently is a super dried up thing of cow dung you'd find on the ground, cow poop. And they have a contest every year in Wisconsin somewhere where they apparently see who can throw it the farthest. So they were trying to create a bit of a false equivalency, in my opinion, between smearing yourself and that's the festival. Like, it's, come on now.
Not enough poop.
Looks like a burger.
And they make like a Rice Krispie treat covered in chocolate.
Yeah, it looks nice. It looks like a coconut. Now, this is a nice poop festival. You can bring your family to.
Okay, so the Woodstock example, I mean, you could maybe make the argument that mud's not sanitary either. But mud is nothing compared to literal fucking shit. Or cow shit, especially when it's cows are eating trash. By a long shot. So, and mud's much more safer, and plus, usually people who do roll around in mud have ways to protect their face so it doesn't actually get into their mouth, and it's also not going to make you super sick. Like, long as the ground is treated well, and you know don't have trash and literal shit just on the streets randomly like India does, you're probably gonna be relatively okay. Still not great, but it's not gonna be the end of the world. As for these cow chip throwing stuff, I personally think that's a bit weird and gross as well. Like, I will, you know, as much as I want to stand in solidarity with my fellow whites, I think that's a bit much because you're still handling poop, but I imagine there's probably a lot more sanitary restrictions on it. The fact that it's dried helps a bit, and I'm assuming they wash their hands regularly with it, which is way more than the Indians are doing. Also, look how clean the street is. Not a single, you know, landmine in sight. The people all just sitting there in the trees, minding their own business, not like, you know, just they're going about, they're not fighting each other, not throwing anything. You got the horses being well groomed, everybody's wearing nice clothes. Like, it is definitely a night and day difference on how this is handled. Though I still think it's fucking weird and they shouldn't do it. Yeah, because why the fuck are you even just touching with your bare hands cow poop, even if it's dried and in chip form, supposedly. But it's still, sanitary conditions are still existent compared to India's non-existent ones. It's mostly grass at that point, to be honest. I guess it's more like manure at that point, but even then, manure is still kind of gross. I know that because I have neighbors that make their own manure, and it's a process there, and it's kind of, you can smell it, and it's disgusting. Firstly, the cow chip throwers aren't throwing the shit at each other. Secondly, America has invented soap, India hasn't. Yeah, I agree. Once again, like, it's a completely different situation, but it's still not great in my personal opinion. There. Like, it's one thing if you're a farmer, and like you have to shovel the poop yourself because you're collecting the manure, or you're cleaning up the stall for the horses, or whatever the case is. Like, I've cleaned up poop before many times, because I live out in the country too. Like, it's not like, and I'm sure if something accidentally touches your hand and you wash your hands, it's not the end of the world. But it's one thing if you're actively working with animals and, okay, you actually touch it, or whatever the case is, and you wash your hands. Another thing to actively participate in and throw it. I think it's a bit weird, in my personal opinion. But still better than India. Still a lot better than India. Thank you, Clarky, for the $2 dudes. Americans don't need to have shit-eating skills. Americans don't have the shit-eating skills we need. Donald J. Trump, yes. We gotta import Infinity Jeets. This is for our tech sector, and for our medical sector, and for literally everything else, because we just don't have the skilled labor here in America, because India, with their 75 IQ, and their fake degrees, obviously, are much better. Yeah. Thank you, Shell Beach, for the $5 videos. Thank you. February 2026, an all-female Chinese SWAT team outperformed an all-male Indian squad during a tactical event at the 7th UAE SWAT Challenge in Dubai. I didn't know they existed, but I'm not surprised. Indians are so fucking frail. The wind blows in their direction, just pass out. And thank you, Shadilay, for the $25 videos. Thank you. Don't worry, Amal. India isn't real. Now, what you should worry about is Freddy Fazbear. He is very much real. FNAF, please. You know what? Okay, listen. Not to oust myself here, but I'd rather deal with Freddy Fazbear than, yeah, I'll be completely honest. Okay, I will happily play 5 Nights at Freddy's if it means I never have to step 1 foot into India. I feel like I shouldn't have to play 5 Nights at Freddy's not to step a foot into India, but that's my stance. That's my stance. Fuck, man. And then thank you to Lost on Topic for the 500 warp tokens. Expel all Indians. Hashtag flush the toilet. I agree. 100% fucking agree. They all need to go.
One of these.
This is America.
Now, this is the kind of poop that I want to be playing with. This is where I want to go to play with poop.
Exactly.
Everybody's smiling, having a good time.
Those are the cow chips, right? She's chucking it. She's like shot putting it right there.
Yep.
It's called shit pudding.
Shit pudding? There we go. He's awake.
Just a chip.
What was the first example?
Bag of chips.
Woodstock.
A stinky black person.
Comparing Indians to a bunch of people on drugs.
Why are you laughing, Ryan?
I'm not.
All right, let's slow down. Not only that, or not even that, rather. They were comparing Woodstock, where a bunch of attendees thought they were derping around in mud.
Yeah, because they were high.
The sewage was leaking from the porta potties, apparently, into this mud. And it was raining, and it was nasty, and they were getting all dirty. We're covered in mud. In reality, it was poop.
There was a tremendous smell.
I mean, the white guy, once again, I can't correctly remember the name, is correct. They're all fucking high off drugs at Woodstock. So, I think that defense is still valid.
It was a horrible, rancid odor rising from all this muddy debris that had been left behind. I mean, and it went on for acres and acres.
One was duped, the other knowingly immersed themselves in the cow.
They embrace it.
It's an important difference to make.
Those people are disgusting too. They should be wiped off as well.
The Woodstock attendees?
Yeah.
Those are the people probably fighting against building more housing in America right now. Not in my backyard. They don't want more houses built. They're fighting for their pension right now. They want us to suffer. You're 40 years old?
I'm 28, but what was I saying, right?
Well, I guess there's a generational difference, right? You're gearing up for retirement. I'm just starting out.
I'm a Zoomer, man. I don't know what you're talking about. Getting ready for retirement. I'm totally broke. What are you talking about?
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I could retire tomorrow.
So we were talking about Lakshmi earlier. So there's another goddess, the consort of Vishnu. I'm
Like
definitely gonna get
superhero.
killed, man. All right, so Vishnu's like #1 god from my understanding in Hinduism.
Yeah.
Is he the blue one?
He's the #1 god.
He's the #1 god, the #1 guy.
That'd be a
He's
good
the
title
goat,
for
all right?
me.
That is Lakshmi.
Just sort of the sexual. Is
No.
there a sexual?
No.
Does consort mean sex?
No.
What does consort
Consort
mean?
means like wife or partner. I
So
don't
it's
know.
a sex thing.
Perhaps.
Okay.
We haven't explored that
So
deeply.
Lakshmi, she's got 4 hands. Well, okay.
I'm gonna explain it to you. You have an open mind?
If you're in seriousness, no, but go ahead.
So part of why they smear some of the cow dung inside their homes, cow poop, cow dung, cow poop. Part of why they smear some of the cow poop inside their homes is because they want to invoke prosperity into their lives, all right?
Yeah. That makes sense. Okay.
And this is all of them, right? Including the ones living in America. They smear the poop on the walls.
So quick.
On the furniture.
No comment.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
We haven't talked about Krishna yet.
I'm actually kind of curious about the ones in America and elsewhere in the Western world have been imported. I know the ones that have come over like 20 years ago before the Indian invasion really started out were like the Brahmins, which, fun fact about the Brahmins, they're the highest tier of Indian in their caste system, which is determined, well, partly, obviously it's determined how they're born, but it's also determined how light they are too. So the Brahmins are the lightest of the shitskins, which is dark. But it's just funny how their caste system is also based off their skin color. But no comment on that. But they've been importing more and more throughout the years. And I know the ones that are still being brought in are the ones better off compared to the Dalits, which are like the lowest caste and also the darkest skin and get the worst jobs possible. But if we keep on importing even more of them, and India has, shit ton of people, at what point do we actually import the ones that do actually put the shit on the walls? I don't really want to know. I would hope that we would stop immigration and send them all back before we get to that point. But seeing how the ones that we brought in already are the ones that are, destroying rivers and heavily polluting everything they touch, and already have horrible hygiene as it is, I feel like we're not that far away. I feel like we're not that far. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a house out there that actually does have cow shit, or just poop in general, being smeared around in America.
So Krishna is often depicted as the blue-skinned baby, or the you'll pull it up. There's some pretty crazy photos of Krishna. That's good old Lord Krishna right there.
A lot of them, most of them AI generated at this point.
Yeah, kind of unfortunate. Google's actually gone really downhill. YouTube, yeah, it's a good spot, but Google.
Krishna tube.
So he's got a flute.
So Krishna has a pretty strong relationship with cows, apparently.
Yeah.
Krishna is the manifestation and avatar of Vishnu, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
Keep in mind, Vishnu is the all-powerful cosmic protectorate of the universe. Krishna has a strong relationship with cows. Cows are seen as this benevolent, generous, almighty, organism almost, from my understanding, that they revere. Long story short, one of their main gods has this strong relationship with the cows. Cows provide the milk, butter, all the good stuff we need, and occasionally cow dung for celebrations like Goraba.
It's quite a leap to go from, they give us milk and they give us meat, the poop.
Oh, we haven't talked about the healing properties of the poop when applied to the skin. It's an important thing you brought up.
Okay.
Maybe we could change it up a little bit.
Maybe.
Guys, how are we paying for all this?
Advertising.
Your money, your attention going here when we return.
Ad break time. Perfect. And I have an ad for you too. Did you know that since it's Sam Hyde time, get some nice relaxing tea from thedragonstreasure.com. using code Amalgamyte, you get 10% off at checkout. And when streaming to 0, the best viewers still aren't here. Warning: a mole's sight relies on movement. If you stay still and type nothing, she won't see you. That's very true. I ignore everyone that's in chat 24/7, no matter what. That's just how it works. Cause at least I know what this is actually is perfect. Cause one, I'm a bad shill as it is. But speaking of which, I've lost my Dragon's Treasure tab actually. Hold on, where did I put it? I swear to God, I wasn't that far long ago, right? I try to keep it like relatively up front, but I have 1,000 tabs open. I'm not even joking. Actually, probably it's more than 1,000 tabs at this point. Aha! There he is in all his glory. Because at the Dragon's Treasure, there's soap. There is soap, chat. There's also tea, which I've been drinking lots of it recently. The Secrets of the Songstress. It helps with a sore throat. But he's got other teas there too. He's got coffee. He's got these focus drinks. They're not energy drinks. They're focus drinks. But they help you focus. Not without the caffeine. But there's also soap. So chat, if you don't want to be Indian, right? Because if you want to prove that you're actually white and clean and have a shower, you should buy soap with a Dragon's Treasure at the Dragon's Treasure, and you go to Amalgamyte for 10% off your order. They're actually really good. I mean, jokes aside about you guys being Indian, if you don't get your soap from the Dragon's Treasure, I do use the soap myself. I've been using 3 Wise Men recently. It's very, very pretty, and it smells good. Might make me smell like a man, but I like how it smells. Okay. Also, the Ray of Helios is really good too. I should be using that next so I can smell more womanly. There. And it's not just me saying it. There is a local Fed or ex-Fed in chat that really likes the Dwarven Fireforge soap for some reason, and often gets hundreds of bars. And because he likes it so much. I'm not even kidding. He puts the team in a suicide watch. I'm not even kidding about the suicide watch either. The team actually has crashed out a few times because of it. But anyways, so it's not just me. It's not just me. Just go to Amalgamyte for 10% off, and you too can get hundreds of bars of soap and make the team in crash out and not be Indian. And if you don't use code Amalgamyte and you don't get your soap from the Dragon's Treasure or buy tea or coffee or anything else from it, then you are in fact Indian. I don't make the rules. Okay? Okay? So buy it! Fucking Jeets.
Magnesium glycinate. What is it? It's fucking poison!
People were saying, oh, I didn't know this was real. I thought it was fake.
People thought it was a fake product. Everything is made in the United States. That's where I like my drink to be made.
So for those like 6 people.
This is a real product that you can buy. Sport drink. It's not a joke product. No. Listen to me. There were a few people that were confused. They thought this was a joke. It's not a joke. This is sport drink. Sport drink.
Yeah, why does he look hotter, like, shoveled? With the gray hair. He kind of reminds me of House, almost. Anyways.
It's not a joke. This is sport drink. Sport drink. This is a good product. We use this. We know the guys that make this. They did their research putting it together. It has sugar in it because your body needs sugar. If you don't have sugar, you will die. If you want to replace your nasty, toxic energy drink, you get this one. It's good. It's not a joke product. So this is a good point right here. Packed in steel cans with no plastic lining. Me likey, okay? When you buy Gatorade, they're pouring superheated fluid into a plastic bottle. What do you think that does? Well, it turns your testicles into 2 McDonald's P.E.P.E balls. Useless. Go to sportdrink.com.
And he ain't wrong. There are some microplastics in the balls.
Slash Sam Hyde for 10% off all orders store-wide. Sportdrink.com slash Sam Hyde.
Sport Drink is an athletic electrolyte drink powder and is proudly handmade in the United States. We use real sugar, real fruit, clean salt, and toxin-free ingredients. It provides the exact ratio needed to prepare and refuel the body. Try it and observe the power of Sport Drink.
All right, guys, welcome back. That was a pretty sweet ad break. I want more. Here's another ad break.
If you're up at 2 or 3 in the morning, staring into a screen, exhausted but still scrolling, that was me. That's what I felt like.
I've done that before though, but we don't talk about that.
I tried melatonin, cutting screens off early. None of it really fixed the problem. The issue is your phone and laptop are blasting blue light into your eyes at midnight. Your brain thinks it's daytime. Your stupid brain thinks it's daytime. Your brain is wrong. It's midnight. Block! 24th glasses block that light so your body can shift into overdrive and get amped up for bedtime. And you can get freaking worked up into a tizzy before Slizzy snaws chew. I need to sleep. The red light.
Maybe. Yeah, Delta Cross said that, I'm a freak. Yeah. Oh, and somebody else said that, my body's crying out for literally anything. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I should not be turned on by an ad break like this, but it's not bad. It's just anyways.
Lenses are for night and block a simple all night. Right now, when you go to 24th.com/Sam Hyde, you're gonna get 25% off all orders, which means you can buy out their store and resell it on eBay for profit. Don't tell him I said that.
This is the site.
Is there a site?
Oh, there's a Burger King count in the background.
You'll fall asleep faster because your brain is not being blasted with artificial daylight at midnight, and you wake up clear-headed and actually functional for once.
Not the counter is ad, but like, at least I know my phone has that eye comfort shield, and you can go into the settings and adjust how strong they put the orange light on there. You don't have to worry about that at 3 a.m. You can just do that. However, I will take the mad, disheveled, sweaty man yelling at me and looking intently into my eyes. I won't complain about that too much.
No more problems for me.
Guys, welcome back from your second ad break. Do you want a third? Here you go!
Wait, really? Okay. I usually watch the ad breaks because they're funny. And like, these aren't bad. I'm not gonna lie. But back-to-back ads? 3 times now? Well, I'm the react-tuber, right? I get the react slappa. It is still Sam Hyde. And at least his ads are funny. I guess we'll continue? 6, 7 ad breaks. No! I'm just sitting, it's like, I'm just sitting here being like, okay, I don't know, I'm enjoying this. But I'm like, can I really commentate on anything? Not particularly. It's an ad. Like, it's just, there, you know? Like, maybe. Rage bait? I guess. I mean, most of the time they're good, but like when they're back to back like this, it's kind of a. If there's a fourth one, I'll probably skip it. I kind of feel bad, but I'll probably skip it.
The entirety of Western medicine is over. That's right. Black Forest Supplements has...
Hey, there's 5 of them, by the way. You can skip them. There is a 4th? Okay. I'm sorry, Sam Hyde. I normally watch your ads. There has been a couple times where I've gotten close to buying something, but no cigar, but still. But I mean, come on. Oh, come on. Yeah, come on. Yeah, you know, yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. Listen. I have my own thing to shill as well. So let me go ahead. Oh my god, what the fuck's this? Oh, it's one of the other ads from before. Well, at least it's a different skit this time around. I'll give him that. Oh my god, how long does it go for? Bruh, okay, when did it start? When did it start for the ad break here? So around. Okay, so roughly around 23 minutes, give or take, for the ad, and it doesn't end until 34 roughly. So that's 10 minutes of ads. Man, I thought I was a Jew. I need to up my game. That's not all of it, by the way. Oh shit, okay. Also, is this gonna load? Did Sam Hyde know? Is he stopping me from watching the video? Oily! Shut it down! Please load. Why aren't you loading here? Come on. I believe in you. Possibly? What kind of?
That was a good ad. I liked that one. Do we want a 5th?
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. There's a MyPillow ad right after? My god. So, wait, so that's 10 minutes of the weird ad, like the funny skits, and then we're doing this Epstein's Island! Oh! Well, I didn't know there was an ad for Epstein's Island as well. Oh, okay, Diddy Bloods, let's go there. Okay, so, damn, so that's like 15 minutes, give or take, because it stops around 38 roughly. 15 minutes of ad within an hour video. Holy shit, just back to back like that, man. If you ever think I was bad, chat, which frankly I'm not sure why you would think so, because I barely chill as it is. Remember, there's worse out there. Which is why you should go to thedragonstreasure.com, use code Amalgamyte for 10% off your order. Because I don't chill as much as Sam Hyde does, because I'm not as funny and clever for these type of deals. But if you want to support your local amalgamation here, as she reacts to the Sam Hyde videos and skips over his ads because she's a bitch, you should do so. Because you can get your tea, soap, and coffee names as well as focus energy drinks and not be Indian. Don't fucking be Indians. Okay? Hey, don't have your own poop throwing festival. Literal piece of shit.
Code for the best offers ever. Quantities are extremely limited, so...
Do a lot. There's a broad range of topics we cover.
YouTube channel. Quantities are extremely limited, so act now! What else do you do on your YouTube channel? Can we pull up Tyler's YouTube channel and check it out?
I do a lot. There's a broad range of topics we cover, sometimes political, sometimes cultural, like Garaba. I went to the island a couple years ago.
You went to Epstein Island?
Okay, not for nasty shit. After the fact, we went there. We trespassed, allegedly. Yeah. And they were repainting the whole thing, and it transferred ownership to a new billionaire.
Whoa.
Yeah.
How was the climate?
My biggest observation was there was a ton of people out there chilling in the water. Very visible to see what would be going on the island, if anything.
Really?
That was my take. Yes, we just rented jet skis. It's not far away from a bunch of people recreationally hanging out in yachts. And there's security on there. It's not impossible to get to. It's not hidden away in the ocean. It's not as remote as you would think, which begs the question, how many people saw what might have been going down there?
Yeah.
Well, is it like underground? Like, it's so visible from afar, and there's plenty of boats not too far away from it. Like, look at that. Look how close it is to the shore, though.
I
like,
did not
it's
picture it like that. I thought it was in the middle of the
trippy,
ocean.
right?
You didn't see inside that little temple thing.
No, they sealed it off.
Whoa.
Okay, I'm not gonna say. Okay, he makes a good point because I didn't realize how close the island was to mainland either. But there is that weird fucking temple there. It's an island, so I know you can't do too much underground. But who knows what else, you know, actually is there inside the buildings and different things like that, or any secret tunnels, or who knows? Maybe they do actually have some underwater network there, because you can make tunnels that go through the water, right? There are trains that go underneath the water, and obviously enclosed systems, cause, you know, the ocean, right? So you can make that happen. And when you are a bajillionaire and have access to the richest people in the world, I'm sure there's probably something else happening. But it is a bit strange that it is just kind of there, close to the mainland. You can just kind of see it. Obviously, they wouldn't be doing anything crazy outside. See, yeah, that's what my opinion is. It's not actually outside it's happening. They have their own system. The locals knew, they just didn't care. Bitter black pill. It probably is one of those open secrets, but nobody can really do anything, because what's a regular ass normie gonna do compared to the richest people in the world?
But it really is not that difficult to get to. That's what's so odd about the whole thing.
Did it feel like you had 5 stars in Grand Theft Auto the whole time you were walking?
Yeah, I
on
mean,
this
I'm
island?
trolling a bit with the finger to the a little tongue-in-cheek there, but look at how close you are to the coast.
Was your heart racing?
Yeah.
That's scary.
Yeah, it's spooky, but also this is after he killed himself, right? So, just an island.
I remember when they had the drone footage recording the FBI raiding the building, and they were putting up pizza boxes on the window to
Really?
obscure the drone from recording what they were taking out of there.
Okay, so we did get interference. As I say that, the drone's flying. I mean, my guy said the drone was tweaking out, but the shots look good to me, so I don't know what he was on about, yeah. Lately, as a sort of sporting pastime, we've been sort of humiliating scammers.
I saw this.
Yeah.
To explain, if you haven't seen this, Tyler goes around, what is this, Europe?
Yeah, I mean, to be frank, Europe is the only place we've really done it because we can not end up in jail after doing it.
These are street scammers stealing from tourists, essentially, and Tyler and his crew, this is badass. This is like real life, just wacky playground hijinks. I don't know, this looks like fun. When was
Yeah,
the
it's a
last
good time.
you had this much fun? The playground in middle school? This is so awesome. You get to legally beat people up and spray them with fart cannons.
Hey,
I mean, is it really legally? Because I imagine the police aren't exactly happy, and they're more than likely going to arrest the white man. Because that's just how it works, especially in Europe. I mean, what they're doing is good. Don't get me wrong. And I've reacted to one of the videos before. But when you actually get into a brawl with these people, you're running the risk of the cops arresting you instead of them just because, well, congratulations, Whitey. You're in the wrong part of town.
Witness was self-defense, Sam.
So Tyler's going around uncovering scammers and then spraying them with fart juice.
Yeah, so this guy you saw on screen here, his name's Christian. He calls himself the King. He's this dude from the DRC, the Congo.
Yeah.
He pulled up to France.
He looks scary.
The King's a friend. He's an ally. He got beaten up by the gypsy scammers in Paris for calling them out. He got his ass whooped, and he's a big dude. So we came in with...
It's time for actual street battle here.
Yeah, no, it got pretty nasty.
Yeah.
I showed up there with Fred, as you can see on screen. He couldn't make it into the podcast because... I don't know if are we including the fact that he got deported?
He got deported?
He already said that on Twitter. Fred got deported. He was supposed to be here side by side.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a...
I mean, Tyler is painting him as a nice dude and all. And it sounds like he's actually doing some good stuff. However, I am kind of glad he's deported because he's not from here, and therefore he should go back to his country. I think if he actually is a good dude, maybe should have been lower on the list of priorities, all of them to be deported. But I'm so glad he got deported.
What happened?
There's a fax.
That's not a fax sound. A real fax would take so much longer.
You got a fax, nice.
The network regrets to inform you that Fred was detained at the Boston airport. His phone was confiscated, and he was sent back to jolly old England.
I thought England was bad, damn. So Fred got deported.
Yeah. That's
Wait, a guy darker than the night sky got deported to England? When he said deported, I was thinking like Nigeria or something like that. Not to England. He also needs to be deported from England. I'm sorry. I know he's probably a nice dude and all that fun stuff, but you're not actually English. Jesus Christ. He's not talking about the black? Oh. Oh, okay. Okay, okay, never mind. Still. Okay. But now I'm kind of sad he got deported then, actually. Hold on, wait a second. This feels a lot more targeted. Yeah, we're not able to, deport illegals because the judicial system comes in and the activist judges, right? But we can't deport the H-1B Indian visa scammers or the Somalians or anything else like that. But we can deport the English dude because he makes videos on scammers? Okay. Make that make sense. Make that make sense.
The most disturbing part of everything we're talking about is that the Boston police asked him about me being a neo-Nazi. But it's disturbing that the Boston police are messing with people to that extent, taking phones. Very upsetting. Because this stuff is supposed to happen in other countries.
It's supposed to happen in England.
It's supposed to happen in England where Fred's from. It's supposed to happen to him, not me.
They're asking about the guns. It's like, yeah, I'm in the place. You have the guns. You're the gun place.
Yeah.
So you can't be honest with airport security.
You're supposed to say, I'm here for vacation.
I'm visiting
I'm
my
here to hang
grandma.
out.
Is he Charlie Veitch's bodyguard?
Correct.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah.
So he's been all over recently.
Yeah.
We went to Paris a few months earlier, and my cameraman got jumped by African Eiffel Tower salesmen. So they were running after me. I run away. My cameraman's in the distance holding an iPhone. They spot him, and they beat him. So we wanted to come back to Paris to see if we could see these guys again. But when we came back, there were even more African street salesmen.
Yeah.
Almost mitoting, populating out of thin air.
Yeah.
Their numbers had increased. So we
I wonder where they're coming from and how they get in the first place.
ended up in a bit of a
Did you
conflict.
say mitoting?
I did.
What's that mean?
Well, mitosis is the process of cell division and reproduction, right? Just splits. Yeah. Like almost spawning out of thin air is the idea I'm trying to convey. Almost, right?
Yeah. Because they're dirty and black.
I hate that you said African Eiffel Tower.
Like, based off Tyler's tweets, I can kind of see him supporting some of this stuff. But his facial reaction there, when Sam says they're dirty and black, he's just sitting there. Sorry. I went a little bit too far with the frame by frame, just the wild eyes that Sam's make. I wish I could replicate them with my model, though. May it's just, oh god, I love him. He's great. And then Tyler's just sitting there being like, fuck. I know my reputation's in ruins. And I say some spicy things on Twitter from time to time. But man, this might actually get me canceled at this point. Not the Indian Poop Festival. This is before the Jew stuff, though. That doesn't count. Not anything else I've ever done. Sam Hyde say this because they're dirty and black.
I hate that you said African Eiffel Tower salesman, and I did not even hesitate to know what you meant.
Yeah, because you'll see them in every major European city. If you go to New York, you'll see a strain of it as well.
An entire Eiffel Tower keychain.
Yeah, so apparently they buy those Eiffel Towers in bulk from Chinese wholesalers and then go out in the streets and try to make as much money as possible. So what's crazy, though, is a lot of these guys are from Senegal. Senegal is one of the most stable countries in Africa. So when they show up here, there's no legitimate means of asylum or refugee claim they have, right? So they show up here, but keep in mind every dollar they make in Paris, and if they can get a fraction of that back home, that's a great day.
But they have overseers you mentioned earlier.
They're pimps?
I think we're giving them a little bit too much credit, a little bit too much of a victim narrative, actually. So I mentioned that idea. I think that's the case for some of these guys. Some of them do have a pimp, if you will. There's stories of like passports being withheld by sort of mob boss characters. But I
meant
think
more sort of like a war chief type
for
organizer.
sure. They all have war chiefs.
They got war chiefs, okay.
Exactly.
It's like how the Korean handjob parlors have a mama-san.
Mama-san?
That's what they call it.
Holy smokes.
Sam Hyde, how do you know about this mama-san? Just out of curiosity.
Are you familiar with the service known as... We probably can't mention this on YouTube, actually.
Yeah, we can't mention this on
I think
this
it's
show.
called Rub Maps.
Does it look like a Disney World map or something?
It's a heat map for hand jobs.
Don't tell Valentine about this type of shit. He's an innocent.
You said the Africans were, essentially their pimps were gypsies.
No, I
The
think that's a
gypsy crew.
miscommunication.
That was so fun. That was
I'll
such a
clarify
fun
that.
little narrative.
Yeah, that's a pretty narrative. That's fiction, though. It's not fact. That's just not real. So I think I'm just going to be straight up. A lot of these guys just want to make more money. They show up here. They think it's the easy way out. I think a lot of them know it's going to be a shit show. They don't realize to what degree it ends up being a shit show. So I think it ends up being 5 or 6 of these guys living in an apartment. They go out, try to pressure people into buying a crappy Eiffel Tower artifact they don't need for an exorbitant price relative to how shitty it is.
I imagine the goal would be to become like a real Frenchman. They get like a...
Well, here's the thing, and sorry to cut the hot guy off, but like the conditions, even though they're getting worse within the West because of how many immigrants keep on coming in, they're still better than whatever shithole country these people come from originally. Because, well, we've been talking about India for the vast majority of the video. Well, when you don't have literal shit and trash within the streets, and you actually come to someplace that's relatively clean, maybe a few needles here and there, but not that bad, that's a massive improvement. The food conditions are a lot better. The living conditions are a lot better too, even if things are made cheaply these days, and compared to actual what white Americans are French people are used to be dealing with. But even though things are worse off for us in the Western world, it's still a massive upgrade for those from the third world. And so if they have the 6 guys that live together in some shitty apartment, that's still paradise based on the mud hut that they came from. So they don't care.
striped shirt and like a beret, and they're eating baguettes and stuff.
That's what they're thinking.
Full integration.
Dude, no, they're always stripped out in the like Barcelona jerseys and the snapbacks, and they lean into the sort of some of the.
I'm surprised that he actually believes that they want full integration to become a Frenchman. No, that's not the case. They don't want to be French. They're quite tribalistic. They firmly believe in wherever the fuck they come from and that they're superior in every way, shape, or form. They think us whiteys, us Westerners, are dumb, and huge fools and easily to be ripped off, and they want to use and abuse our system. They don't like us. They fucking hate us, our guts. They want to live where we live because it's better than their shitholes, but they hate us because they still think they're better than us, even though we're the ones that created civilization in the first place. And so you have this weird conundrum where they hate white people, but they want to live around them as much as possible. And it's exactly the case. They in this case, he's talking about France. Well, they hate the French people. They're proud to be Nigerian or Senegalian or whatever the fuck they came from. And they're going to send the money back home to their whatever family and friends they have there. But they're not willing to actually go back there because they know it's a shithole. But they'll defend it till they die. Because they are tribalistic compared to the whites. They don't care about becoming French. They just want to leech off the Frenchies.
Actually, a lot of them will lean into this tribal attire where they have, I kid you not, it sounds like I'm making this up, but like an African tribal attire. And they walk up to you. This is mostly the guys who put the bracelets on you. They'll be like, Hakuna Matata means friendship. You're like, oh, okay, sweet, thanks, bro. You have a bracelet on you. And they'll be like, no, come back for my family. You'd be like, what do you mean? You'd be like, I have baby and wife at home. And I'm at the point where I'm like, why aren't you there with your wife and kid, right?
Just spray him with fart gas in the face.
Right in the eyes.
No, that's...
Fuck your family.
I'm like, okay, if you got a kid, you got a pregnant wife.
Yo, fuck your black ass family.
Nah, we have like a little therapeutic talk. I'm like, hey man, so why aren't you back home with the wife and kids, right? Like, what's so good about Paris? Fuck Paris, no offense. I mean, it's a cool place or whatever, but never catch me living there. Point being, man, what do you got going on in Paris? Why are you here, bro? And they're like, I got wife and kid at home. I'm like, all right, why don't you go home with the wife and kid? I need money. I'm like, all right, dog, well, I'm not giving you any money. And then sometimes, if you disrespect them enough, or if you call them out on their scams, they'll just posture to begin attacking you, or they'll just attack you. In which case, I hired Fred to serve as my bodyguard to protect me in the inevitable event that someone would, in fact, attack me.
Right.
Which, in Barcelona, the video we filmed prior to Paris, a guy takes off his little man purse, he begins to charge towards me, but Fred is already in position to clothesline him. Which he does. Oh man, I felt.
God, look at how fucking dark those in-laws are. Jesus Christ. And we allow them in.
Like I was playing like 4D chess. I was like, Fred, you stay here. I'm gonna go talk to this guy. And just like that, he gets pissed and goes in to attack me.
Secrets of the Millionaire Mindset presents Get Rich Quick. All this could be yours. Give us a call on
Is there a sixth ad? Yeah, did the sixth ad hit the tower? 'Cause this is usually the ending screen that he has this. Oh, this is the colons. Okay. This is a weird break for the colons. I figured there'd be like a little bit more of a transition here.
434-22-55726. You could be making up to $4,917 per week. Now you can get your copy of Secrets of the Millionaire Mindset for just $19.99 for a limited time only.
Yeah, I was wondering, so as a white American, I'm not the most versed when it comes to gypsies, and so I was wondering a couple things like, what race are they? Another thing is like, should I feel negatively towards gypsies as an entire group? Because from what I've heard, there's a lot of scamming going on, and so then like, if I should dislike them as a whole group, what kind of dislike is it? I get the feeling it's kind of like Indians, like, stinky, lying, scamming people, stuff like that. So.
What flavor should my racism be, Sam Hyde? Man, I know Sam Hyde is Hitler's top guy. But turning to him to figure out what flavor of racism that you need to have for certain people is something I never thought I would hear someone say.
So, yeah, that's basically my question is, should I dislike them, and also, should I be concerned about them moving to America and coming to America? Thanks.
That's mad funny. He's asking how to be racist.
Yeah, wiki how.
All right, so Tyler, how do we hate these people properly?
I can try to answer. I think he has nothing to be concerned about. I think we're separated by 2 oceans from the nearest gypsy that may be raking in their spoils in Europe as we speak.
Would they just get homesick? Is that why they don't come here?
Well, from my understanding, they're a nomadic tribe of people that originate from northern India like 1,000 years ago and have evolved into their own distinct ethnic group. I don't know. I think they're pretty distinct.
Yeah,
distinctly
North Indian,
gypsy, right?
North Indian and like some
like Romanian
European.
and Bosnia. I think you find a lot of them. Eastern Europe, I think.
They're sort of a legendary.
Yeah, but genetically they're Indian. Like they come from India, and then they settled in like the Romanian area, like you said. But they never integrated with the locals, with the Romanians themselves or the Eastern Europeans. And so they've kind of, like Tyler's right, they've kind of have evolved into being their own thing because they're not actually fully Indian anymore, and they are a bit on the lighter skin side too. But they never mix with the locals, which is a good thing. And so they still have like the low IQ and a lot of the habits and of the Indians. there's a reason why they're so gaudy, and they like to wear all this like crazy, colorful, golden stuff to show their status. And they're disrespectful. They scam people. They're smelly too. So a lot of they basically are just like lighter skinned versions of Indian, just within Eastern Europe. They are kind of their own thing, but you could definitely see where they originated from, and comparing to the modern versions, I guess, of India. Yeah, showing off there is that correct. Yes, showing off there is that. Well, it might not actually be the specific word for is that like Indians do. It's roughly within the same thing. And I don't see them coming to the United States. I know there's a few in the United States, but since they are poor and smelly and low IQ and kind of keep to themselves, they're like, imagine the Amish, right? The Amish are their own group of people. They do their own thing. They keep within themselves, build their own community, self-sustainable, right? But very well respectable. Yeah, the horse and buggy are annoying on the roads, but I can appreciate it for what it is, because I can respect their culture because I do like it. It's at least I find it better than what the modern day has to offer. But imagine all that, but in inverse. They're not self-sustainable. They're scammers. They're smelly. They can't build anything their own. They just exist and just leech off whatever the current system is. And just like once again like cockroaches, like their ancestors. The opposite of the Amish that way. I'm Romanian and can't confirm that they are horrible. See now, no offense, my token Romanian in chat. I know the gypsies give you overall a bad rap, but there's some stereotypes about you Romanians too. It's just saying you little pocket thieves. But it's okay. It's okay. I like Romanians. I like V quite a lot. But yeah, I don't see any gypsies coming in the United States, at least en masse. So they just don't seem to have the capability to do so. I think I'm gonna butcher your name. Zimmerment for the $5 dues. Just getting the stream. Hello from SS. Well, welcome in. Thank you so much. For joining. I hope you enjoy it. Is it bad that when he said SS, I did not think of side scrollers. I thought of something else, and I was just like, I know I got some glowies in chat, but I wasn't expecting someone to be so obvious. And I was like, wait, that's side scrollers. That's the opposite of glowy. Hold on, wait a second. Sorry. But thank you.
Mythological people.
Have you seen Peaky Blinders?
I watched about 30 seconds of Peaky Blinders before I was like, I'm going to kick the TV if I keep watching this. British people trying to look cool.
I think canonically they're gypsy. They're all gypsies.
That doesn't mean anything to me. Who are they? They're
gypsies.
I
can't fathom them.
They're from all over. It doesn't make sense. This is confusing. Can you ask ChatGPT what the fuck are gypsies?
What is a gypsy?
The computer just steals your money. Give me your credit card. I'll show you what a gypsy is.
Well, I think there's some groups of them in California, and instead of pickpocketing,
they call themselves the San Francisco Treat.
How'd they get to Cali? Cargo? They come here in like a cargo
far and
box?
wide, man.
The Mediterranean vibes of
probably
the vineyards.
Martha's Vineyard.
Martha's Vineyard, exactly. Good reference.
That was good.
You'll see them faking like fake or
Northwestern India. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you were just being extra racist on Indians for no reason.
It seems to come back around full circle.
Called it. See, if you want to get your racism, no offense, Sam Hyde, but if you want to get your racism, go check out your local anime woman. And the local one being me specifically. I can give you your daily dose of racism and how to be racist here, as I'm an expert. No, don't ask me how I knows. Don't ask me how I knows.
Now this is real, right? Kind of crazy. I mean,
Yeah, even Sanskrit and Hindi is like heavy lean words from Greek. So there's Greek, Romanian.
But they are distinctly gypsies now.
They're a breed. They're sort of a breed of people.
What's the is it Romani? Is that the politically correct term? Is that because Romanians will often get pissed off if you say they're from if you say they're Romanian, despite the fact that many of them live in Romania. They are Romani people, not Romanians.
Well, we've got subgroups. So we've got the Rome, the Sinti, the Kale. They all have unique dialects and cultures. So it's sort of just a vibe, I guess. Being a gypsy's like a vibe nowadays.
Can you look up if Elvis Presley's a gypsy?
We have 1 million of them here.
He's Hawaiian, right?
What? American
Might be onto
Romani?
something.
Are you gonna hang out with gypsies next?
Maybe I should go to a McMansion,
Infiltrate, do a little documentary?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
There's a card stack of gypsy facts that are pretty funny.
Cool gypsy facts. They are known to eat hedgehogs.
What the?
I don't believe this.
I don't believe that. Can you look that up?
Sure.
That's so sad.
I don't trust the writing team anymore.
These guys are crackpots.
Yeah, these guys are smoking meth right now.
Have a documented tradition of eating hedgehogs. That's motherfucking disgusting. I would rather throw cow shit than eat a motherfucking hedgehog.
Okay, I'd rather eat the hedgehog than throw cow shit, but that's fucking weird, yeah.
That's disgusting.
That was unexpected, yeah.
Totally disturbed. That's fucking inhuman. The shit throwing, I can understand that.
Right.
Let's play devil's advocate for a second here. Throwing some shit, that's probably fun. If you don't know what germs are, you don't believe in things that are small, that you can't see them, throw some shit.
Yeah.
Okay? Eating a hedgehog is cooked.
God literally made it the most spiky, inedible thing on this earth.
Cute.
That is totally bizarre. That's alien shit.
Sorry, I'm eating the Sonic, okay? It's still an animal. Probably not a very good tasting animal. I need to be very careful how to capture it, and cook it, and prepare it. I'd much rather eat, cows, not the poop, chicken, or, something else, right? But at least it's still an animal, right? People eat bunnies, people eat squirrels, people eat deer, people eat horses. Yes, people eat horses. Just go ask the Swede, and he can tell you. Right? So a hedgehog is like kind of no different to me. In that case, I mean, people eat dogs and cats, right? Like the Haitians, right? They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. Or you can find videos of them stealing swans and geese from ponds, which I do think that's terrible and they shouldn't do it. But if I had a choice between eating a hedgehog and throwing cow poop at each other, I'm going to take the hedgehog. Like, it just seems very simple and basic bitch to me.
Killing me.
That's so fucked.
That's dark. Now they're cute creatures too. That's
Do you not think a good chef might be able to turn it into something?
No, dude.
Yeah, so how do they prepare
Who the fuck was the British lad there? He had a great accent.
it exactly?
I don't want to talk about it. The U.S. officially banned gypsies from immigrating in 1885.
Okay, I believe that.
Base.
That's great.
They've got their own word for the Holocaust when it happened to them. The porajmos.
Really?
Sounds delicious.
Gotta bleep that on YouTube.
Really?
No. On Gypsy YouTube? On Gypsy YouTube. You do have
Gypsy
to-
Tube. So there go. So all the. Can you imagine being a gypsy, and all the Holocaust movies are being made, and like the whole world is like, oh, I can't believe what we did to them, and the gypsies are just like, porajmos, munching on a hedgehog burger. Yo, motherfucker, yo. Oh. That makes me upset on behalf of Jews.
Yeah.
That makes me want to like defend every Holocaust movie. Are you kidding me? Do you know how many people died how many Jews died in the Holocaust? And you're talking about the porajmos? Fuck you, dude.
Nothing else about the Holocaust makes Sam Hyde defend it, right? Okay? But the porajmos makes Sam Hyde I just like to imagine that, like, yeah, say Sam Hyde being a Holocaust denier, 6 million. 6 million seems like a questionable number. You know, what's about those swimming pools there? And Anne Frank's diary, but written with a ballpoint pen. You know, oh, but the Parajmos? Never mind. Holocaust is real. Bruh. Maybe we should make that number 12 million instead. But, I mean, jokes aside, it is a nice reminder that it wasn't just the tiny hats that got incinerated by the Nazis. They did it to the gypsies, as we can see, gays, communists, and then another groups too. It wasn't all just the tiny hats. It's just, you know, well, how it went down in history. But we don't talk about that. We don't talk about that part. The Parajmos! The Parajmos!
Wait, so what happened to the gypsies?
They fucking probably got tickled. Man, I don't know. Who cares? Who gives a shit? They're eating hedgehog burgers. Probably Hitler saw them eating and munching a hedgehog and was like, yo, kill that. Probably Mengele saw them eating hedgehogs and got scared, is what happened.
We need a Holocaust for the gypsies. Damn Hyde 2026. I'm making a joke, YouTube. Holocaust is bad.
He's experimenting. He's learning all about fucking how guts work. He looks over, he sees a Romani eating a hedgehog. He's like, what the fuck? Yo, kill all those. What the fuck is that? Yo.
It was the invention of the word yo, actually.
Yeah.
That was the origin. They also invented trailer parks, apparently.
The Italian government officially declared Romani to be a national security threat after an Italian woman was raped in one of their camps.
I mean, base, not the rape. But this is the Italian government being like, yeah, national security threat, get the fuck out. See, here's the thing, like, I'm sure it's been repealed. Like, I know in the case of the gypsy ban in the United States, it was repealed with the Hart-Stiller Act of 1965, right? But keep in mind, chat, for both the U.S. and this case, the Italian government too, we used to be proper functioning countries with actual real rules and regulations for who the fuck can be allowed in our country, because not everyone is equal, not everyone's compatible. A lot of people are actually pieces of shit, and we need to actually vet them better. And it wasn't actually that long ago. It was not that long ago in the grand scheme of things, right? I know 60 years seems like a really long time, and it is, right? It's a generation. I know that because my dad's a literal boomer. But it's also a lifetime how much has changed. And 100 years ago is not that long in history, and neither is 200. It really wasn't that long ago that we actually had rules and regulations and proper stuff. In that case, and alas, it's not the case. Not anymore, and we need to fix that. We need to fix this. Oh shit. Okay, Eximmerment. Once again, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. Okay, I'm a little bit on the totted side. Zimmermint. I'm pretty sure that's it. I'm pretty sure. But thank you for the fucking 100 shekels. Jesus Christ. Thank you. Speaking of the, you know, the Holocaust, stuff like that, I'll definitely, I really appreciate the shekels. Side scrollers, that's what I meant. I'll try not to glow on YouTube. I was gonna try and hit your goal, but I didn't notice it had timed out. Next time, thanks for making me feel not the only chat doesn't like me. Been with side schoolers for 5 years. Hope to see you as a guest again. Oh yeah, I didn't realize the goal timed out. Yeah, unfortunately the max you can have it is like 3 hours or whatever the case is, and I don't pay attention. It's just kind of there. So no worries, man. No worries. I still appreciate the shekels. Regardless. But yeah, I'm so terminally online. Even though I've been in the side scrollers a few times now, right? I see SS together and I immediately think Hitler. Man. Man. Oh, I'm cooked, aren't I, chat? Oh fuck. But yeah, actually, at the moment I will be a guest again since you did ask. Right now the date's April 9th. Is the date I'll be on Side Scrollers again. I usually don't announce this kind of stuff because, like, especially as it gets closer, things might change, right? or it's because of me or them or life or whatever the case is. Right, when it's like a month away, I like to wait till it gets closer. But yeah, April 9th, I will be on Side Scrollers again, and then I will sing NHS because it is SS, right? Did I say NHS? Sorry, NHH. Sorry, I got the SS stuck in my head. I won't actually do that because it's not my channel. But fuck, man, it's hard. It's hard. I think you click you for the $2 dues. What's Sam even talking about? The hedgehog is natural finger food. It has its own cocktail sticks in the back for you to hold it by. You know what? Good point. Good fucking point. Maybe I should try some hedgehogs. I don't know where the fuck to get one, but maybe I should.
It's funny towards the end.
Yeah, at the roughly around the rape part.
Pew Research.
I know them for pickpocketing. I'm be real.
Pew Research determined Italians are the most anti-gypsy population, followed by Romanian. Greece is third place. Gypsy haters. It is by far the most socially acceptable prejudice in Europe, which makes sense. Familiarity breeds contempt, especially if you're, around them when they're selling their. It sounds like a big fresh apple when you bite it.
If cooked correctly, yeah.
Well.
Sonic rings.
You gotta wonder if they have Sonic over there, right? Like,
you take a bite, the rings fall out, and then disappear slowly.
That's why they eat them.
Yeah.
Son of a gun.
rings.
Yeah, they have a terrible reputation, as you can expect, especially in Europe, though.
Couldn't understand why. In the EU, 50% of gypsies have no job, and 33% have no toilet. You can scare them with a crucifix and a frog.
Is that real?
Crucified frog.
What is the
I'm just saying, they're not beating the secretly Indian allegations.
Religious belief?
I think they're just dumb.
There's an Al Jazeera article, Portuguese shopkeepers using ceramic frogs to scare away Roma gypsies.
What's interesting about the gypsies is you'll see a lot of their female pickpockets they send out. They got like a guy pimp oftentimes that will impregnate the woman to give the woman a shield of invincibility, because who's gonna punch a pregnant woman?
Wow.
So you're pregnant, you're out there stealing stuff.
Yeah.
And also, who's gonna suspect the pregnant woman from stealing from you?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
It's like stealing candy with a baby.
Yeah, and some of them will even have a fake pregnant belly.
Oh.
It says here, like mosquitoes, the gypsy women do all the work. The men drop them off.
Yeah, that's real. You'll see that too.
Pimping them as beggars. They wait at stoplights, hold a bucket with a fake obituary of their child, and guilt trip you until you give money.
Okay, you'll see that in California. Stuff like that in like LA.
That's gypsies apparently.
San Diego. Yeah.
We had a black person do that to us in Chicago. He came up to one of our guys and was like, hey, can I get some money for my dead kid? And then he acted like he had a gun that he was gonna pull out.
Dude, how much?
Which he might have had a gun. That was the most physical danger I've ever felt in, was being in Chicago for 10 seconds. Oh, the movie Thinner was...
Just saying, you gotta avoid all the big cities, man. In fact, I had a story recently that someone recently told me about how they were, I had to figure out the location without the doxing aspect of things. Let's say somewhere close to New York City, overall, in that area. And, wait, hold on a second. Why does it say that the... I looked up the OBS, and I see that it says the video is still playing audio, but the video is paused. Anyways, okay, I don't know why it's doing that, but whatever, everything's fine and dandy. But yes, so somewhere in the East Coast side of things. They usually don't live there, but they had to go there to do something, right? City-wise. And got harassed 3 times by 3 different black men. for different things. One pointed at the tires and made some motions until somebody yelled them off. Another one stopped them while they were trying to make a left turn and was harassing them and yelling at them there, and he just kind of ignored them and carried on. And the other one literally came up to him while he was in the drive-thru and threatened to rob him until he pulled out his gun. All within the span of like a half an hour this all happened while he was on the East Coast area there. Normally he lives out in the middle of nowhere. Yeah. Literally just go into a big city, and within 30 minutes, just 3 different black men come up and harass you and try to steal your tires, yell at you for something while you're making a left turn. He doesn't know what was happening in that case, but probably also robbery, something like that. The other one actually straight up tried to rob him until he pulled out his gun, and then he went away. Yeah, I can't imagine that, man. Like, if I go into my downtown, I get fucking scared because of how many in-laws are there. But at least it's not that bad. It's not that bad. Holy fuck, I can't imagine. Ugh. So, in any bigger city, I refuse to step in. I imagine it's gonna be the worst. We should have picked our own cotton. Yes, we really should have. Are you talking about my New York gun store? No, it's somebody else. Somebody else.
Actually, a flattering portrayal of gypsies. That's a funny one.
Interesting. Okay.
Thinner. You
I
ever
don't
see
know about Thinner. No.
This gypsy lady who curses people by making them eat cursed pies, and you eat the pie, and you become so thin that you die of evisceration or whatever, that you die from thinness.
Like a bulimia plot?
Yeah, something like that. It's a bulimia plot, yeah.
Interesting.
And she says, I curse you. You eat your own pie. And I used to say that to my mom when she would talk about her weight. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So I think a lot of the witches depicted in Disney movies are...
You eat your own pie. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I mean...
Every Disney plot ever is somehow
I think the witches are often based off of the gypsy physiognomy, if you will. Yeah.
Jews are what gypsies could be.
Physiognomy? I don't know. There's some witches with some pointy noses that go on there. And there's one demographic that really is poignant when it comes to that type of deal.
This is an opinion here, if they started reading and thinking and gaining IQ. I don't know about that. That's kind of an awful thing to say.
If you talk to them, they'll often say that they kind of love the thrill of stealing from people.
Is that true?
Once they get caught, yeah, I mean, they get caught over and over and over again. A lot of the European experience out there is catch and release. They'll catch the pickpocket, maybe they're released the same day.
It's like sport fishing. The European police are like sport fishers.
But they love it. They have fun.
Californian gypsies, no less.
Interesting, right?
I can't believe that.
There's an account that hunts them down in California on Instagram.
Grand pianos on them.
The Count?
Not quite.
Did you say The Count?
There's an account.
I thought you said like Count.
Like the Count of Gypsy
Dracula?
Hunters, yeah.
There should be a guy called the Count of California whose job it is just to kill gypsies.
That's awesome.
And he's got a cloak. Oh, yeah, that guy ruled.
We're getting off track here. Let's get back to the cool gypsy facts.
All right.
Which I don't know how factual this is.
Let's hear it.
It says they're allergic to merit, honor, and goodwill. They have sub-lemonade stand entrepreneurship. This is just a mean thing to say.
That was harsh.
Gypsy fact, Indians are worse. I don't know if this person is speaking from experience. And after what I've seen today, I don't know where I stand.
I mean, I would still say Indians are worse. But gypsies, I think more than the gypsies are, since they do, for the most part, keep to themselves, other than the whole pickpocketing type of deal, their own scams, right? Like, they don't actually really try to really move. Apparently some are coming to the United States, yes, but, like, it's not like the Indian invasion that's currently happening, like the roaches that they are, right? Like, just from that fact alone, I would probably say they're better. But if we open up our borders to them and just, mass import them too, that's going to be a problem.
On it. They're technically trads because they're doing the same things they did in the Middle Ages. That's funny. It's like when you play a role-playing game and you pick a thief.
You ever play Skyrim?
Oh, yeah.
You pick locks and...
Oh, that's the best way to play. Maybe they're onto something. The gypsies are probably onto
Yeah, it's like the Guild of Thieves. I mean, it's kind of how they roll. Yeah.
Remember the trees that threw apples at Dorothy and her friends in Wizard of Oz? Yeah, those were gypsies, too. Remember the flying monkeys from Wizard of Oz? Remember the pile of melted witch goo? All gypsies. Wow. Bonus fact.
It's mind-blowing.
The people you see playing music on a large speaker in parking lots while obviously pretending to know how to play the violin. Is that a thing?
Oh,
They fake play music.
I saw
That
in
one I heard
Melbourne.
from somebody.
That's
yes,
funny.
yeah, there's some fake musicians out there.
That's really
Yeah.
funny.
You'll
That's
see guys
really funny.
totally not strumming it as the music should sound, and they're cosplaying being a musician.
On the topic of Indians, related to blacks that have cognitive dissonance to tune out a smoke detector alarm for not just months, but potentially years or decades, how much cognitive dissonance do red dot Indians possess if their country, which is the largest open sewer in the world, if they can't afford plumbing, why can't they just dig some outhouse holes on every corner of every street and have the dignity to take a dump in the dirt behind a closed door?
I have an answer potentially.
My comment is that's just hateful, but go ahead.
Well, he posed an interesting practical question at the end, right? Why don't you just dig a giant hole and put your shit in there? It's a pretty reasonable question, right?
Yeah.
You might be asking yourself that in your mind right now.
No, I would just shit on the street, but go ahead.
Okay, so the reason why so many of them apparently shit on the street is because the Dalit, the lowest rung of the caste system, has historically given these people the job of cleaning up shit off the streets. And if you have a latrine, like a hole in your home, dug out a little hole and you put your shit in there, it's seen as unclean and impure. And if you extract that shit out of the hole, then you're unholy and unclean, and you can no longer go to the temple and worship in the same way you would. So historically, they've apparently outsourced the shit cleaning jobs to the lowest rung of their caste system. And now that the caste system's up, they claim it's no longer relevant, no longer has a meaningful role in day-to-day life.
It definitely does.
They're just like, I'm gonna go shit in the street.
If you're one of those Indians that's like black as hell.
I mean, I can kind of see the explanation there for how that would work. But, like, you still don't shit in the street. You still can just dig a hole. And if you need to clean that hole, then just hire the Dalits instead. You know, because the thing is, even though the caste system might more or less be abolished, it's not actually abolished. Like, they still practice it, even if it's sort of kind of illegal, but it's not. So, like, you just do that route, or at least evolve and change with the times. I know the 75 IQ makes it impossible, but still.
It's not fun, right?
This is a good question, Sam. All I know is, I think there's a saying, it's something like, never ask a woman her weight, a man his income, and an Indian his last name. Because I think the last names indicate you're wrong in the caste system.
Damn.
I think that's real.
Damn.
I'm not sure if they're about the skin tones, though. You must be right, though.
It's got to be. Can you look up Indian
Actually,
hip-hop?
you're absolutely right.
Can you go to Indian hip-hop? I just want to see that one clip that we like one more time. That's my guy right there. Yeah, turn that up. The fire on the bottom of the screen.
It's really brown fire. Oh, yeah. That might not be fire, Sam.
That might not be fire. Yeah, that's some dark, suspicious looking texture happening there at the bottom. That with awful weird yellow flicks. I mean, in the air, just a little bit sussy wussy. Of course, somehow you understand it, Mole. I mean, I'm trying to think. The thing is, right? Like, I'm trying to understand from their perspective. So, if you have a caste system, and the lowest of the low, the Dalits, are the ones supposed to be literally handing literal shit, and it is based off their skin color, and they also seem to be a suspicious correlation there with how it looks, and their own skin color. And they're the ones supposed to be handling the sanitation of that, even though technically India's never been sanitized. It's always been one massive sewer, even before modern times. But still, right, they're supposed to be handling that kind of stuff in general. And you get rid of the caste system, even though it's still implemented, just not legally. But no one actually wants to take care of the shit itself. and adults aren't actually hired out or required to do so because it's not legally that case anymore. And they have 75 IQ, and so they can't actually evolve and adapt with the times and try something different. They just carry on doing what they've been doing before, and they just keep on shitting on the streets. Like, it actually does logically make sense. They were literally too dumb to figure out a different situation to change it and make their lives better because they're just so used to just living in the pile of crap. Literally. That they can't do it, and they just like, okay, well, if no one's gonna shovel my shit, then I guess there's gonna just be shit on the ground. That's the logical explanation that I can see behind it, even if I don't support it. Because you have to be in their shoes, right? You have to lower your IQ to at least 20 points, right? Right? At least 20 points in my case, because Lord knows I got like barely above 90 IQ. And try to see from their perspective. Now, would I support it in any way, shape, or form? No. Do I want it brought here? Of course fucking not. But you have, because like a lot of people that actually a huge problem with Western society, other than the fact that we think all cultures are equal and all humans are good and therefore we can import the bajillion bajeets, across the board and have no problems, is the fact that we literally cannot comprehend these cultures. It's not simply just the fact that we think everyone's equal. Like, we literally can't comprehend how they think and act because it's too low IQ. It's too far down the scale. You hear, like, as we can see from the video itself. Oh, I landed on one of the ads. When they were talking about the cow poop and different things like that, and Sam Hyde being disgusted, wanting to change the topic, and or my mini crash out break one with the whole like cow poop toothpaste, is that we just simply can't comprehend it because it is so alien, so literally foreign from our normal culture, and so counterintuitive, so disgusting, so just out of this world that we just don't believe it. You tell, like, if you tell this story to boomers, they're not gonna believe you. Because who in their right mind would brush their teeth with cow poop? You're making shit up. It's just an AI video or something along those lines. The people just can't comprehend this stuff because it's just too far away. And, keep in mind the average white IQ is like 100. That's a massive, massive jump compared to the 75. We quite literally cannot comprehend it. I'm Robin, some clearly superior 70 IQ Indian born into that class. Yeah. I think you, I'm gonna butcher your name. I know it's leak speak, but I don't understand. P.E.P.E, like pie good? Either? I don't know what, I'm so sorry, but regardless, thanks for being a monthly supporter on Rumble. Definitely nice to see more Rumble bros getting support over there, because I do try to do once a month Rumble only streams, and there are benefits to becoming a subby bubby over on Rumble, like emotes, and I think ad free, and other things like that. Which, speaking of which, I haven't done my Rumble only stream for this month. It might be after my vacation. Same with the members only stream on YouTube. But we'll cross that bridge afterwards. We'll cross that bridge afterwards. And I'm sorry. My own IQ is too low to think 15 seconds ahead. Okay, chat. I'll be back in a couple minutes. It's now my turn to bathe in my own piss. chat, I am back. Sorry about that. Honestly, usually I try to have backups for stream, but I was not expecting to cut off 15 minutes of the video, especially for ads there. I mean, there's like a bunch of like small things that I have here. But I'm like, okay, so what small things I could possibly talk about? Because once again, I wasn't expecting 15 minutes of the video to be cut off because of ads. Speaking of which, use code Amalgamyte for 10% off of the DragonStreasure.com for teas up companies and focus energy drinks. That way you're not actually editing yourself. There you go. Check it out. Link in the chat. Play Fortnite. No. I almost did because of the Kafka and Blade collab from Honkai Star Rail. But then I saw that you had to spend real money to actually get their costumes, and I was like, listen. I may or may not have spent more money than I should have on gacha games beforehand. Okay, I'm not gonna confirm or deny anything. But I'm not gonna spend money in a game that I'm never gonna play. I was only gonna play for the shits and giggles and because of the Star Rail collab. Yeah, no, that's not happening. So However, what we can do is we can yell at the tiny hats chat. What's more fun than yelling at tiny hats? Now, not exactly sure if I can really I don't think I can actually show the full ad here because of copyright issues. But I saw this on Twitter today. And it's amazing. It's amazing. First trailer for Margot's Got Money Problems, starring Ellie Fanning, Michelle Pfeiffer, and Nick Offerman. The series follows a pregnant college dropout who starts in a unique OnlyFans account to make money fast. Released on April 15th on Apple TV. Now, Apple TV is the same platform for producers that we're going to have the Savant TV show come out. And the Savant was going to be about this, like, middle-class woman with a mixed family who tracks down terrorists online, but they just all happen to be white supremacists. And the internet memed it so hard the show got canceled. It also was about to come out when Charlie Kirk got assassinated too, so that's also a large part of it as well. But now they're releasing a TV show about a girl, college dropout, who is pregnant. Now, guess what, chat? Guess what? The Savant, with a middle-class woman with a nice, wholesome family, tracking down terrorists, had a mixed family. But the pregnant college dropout, who starts at OnlyFans, not a single non in sight. Okay, there's one non, and part of the problem. But almost every single character, except for the one non that is also part of the whole prostitution ring that she's part of, is white. The woman who has the kid is white, the baby is white, her mom and dad are white as well. I'm feeling like Hamza Yusuf over here being like, white! That kind of deal. Because, and I'm not even trying to go down that route. Like, it's literally every single one of them, except for the token black right here, who's helping, they're doing their little, like, whatever OnlyFans theme they're doing, which is about aliens. And, like, there's, okay, I did watch this ad. Like I said, I can't play it because of copyright reasons. But there's this whole scene, because her dad is trying to step in and be the, like, I can't believe my daughter's doing this. And she shoots back with the fact that, well, my mom used to work at Hooters and my dad was a professional MMA fighter. Trying to make it sound like her parents also sold their bodies too. And therefore it's okay if she does it. Yeah. The thing is, like, okay, so Hollywood's pushing, OnlyFans as a good thing. Because, like, as the trailer goes on, she's, like, justifying it. It's like, oh, the poor girl's just trying to take care of her kid, that type of deal. But it's also, like, there's a huge framing, too, that she's destroying her life by having a kid. Which, being a single mom, you are destroying your life by having a kid. But it's just the fact that the one time there's not a race-mixed family in here. It's about a woman being a single mother and becoming an OnlyFans whore to take care of the baby. And it paints it like having kids is awful. So, it's a white family and a girl having a kid, but it's still anti-natalism propaganda. And it's still promoting prostitution because isn't it horrible that this white girl with all these aspirations and talents got pregnant, and so therefore her life is over, and so she has to turn to OnlyFans. But this is how OnlyFans is actually a good thing. You just can't make this shit up. You just can't make this shit up. Which I mean, it's once again, it's not that surprising, because it's, you know, it's TV, it's modern day TV, it's all propaganda. But the one time it's white, because everywhere else you look, it's just mixed families, mixed families, mixed families. But this is the time it's white. You can't make this more obvious, in my personal opinion. You literally, it's just. You need to sit people down. I swear to God, we need to sit normies down for a second. And just be like, okay, here. So look at all these ads from like Target, Walmart, different TV shows, McDonald's, various things. And look how many mixed race couples are in there. Oh, well that's not so bad. That's not so bad. I mean, there's black people, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so why does it keep on happening? Oh, well, it should be, okay. Then we have an all-white situation here. And it's about anti-natalism and prostitution. Oh, well, that just happens. And like, okay, like, we need to actually sit them down Clockwork Orange style and actually show them what is happening, because they obviously they're blind when it's so blatantly obvious. And it sucks. It fucking sucks, because you look at this shit and it's frustrating. Just don't watch TV, man. Just stick to anime. Until eventually anime gets overrun by the leftist nonsense too, because we have problems with the tourists and the localizers as it is. No more panty shots in modern day anime. That's haram. The guy abandoned his kids, a piece of shit. Yeah. Oh, I mean, fair point. They did, I think, show the guy. Yeah, in here. This is apparently, it's implied that this is the guy that she had the kid with. Even though I watched this earlier before stream, I forget exactly what's said here. Oh yeah, but he's smooching her up, being like, oh well, you know, you could do anything with your life. And she's like, oh, what, go to Harvard? And he's like, yeah, you can go to Harvard. And she's like, oh, okay. Next thing you know, she's pregnant. And therefore she has to, you know, drop out of college and stuff like that. And there's a scene where they're fighting with like the divorce attorney here, and being like, she's unfit to raise a child because she's doing OnlyFans, which I mean, I would also personally agree myself. But if you didn't marry her and you're not supporting her in any way, shape, or form, that's also his fault too. So, not trying to annul the woman for what she's been doing. But it does take two to tango in this case. So he deserves some responsibility for this shit. I'm glad he's trying to take the kid back, but you know, if he just married her and supported her and you know, that kind of stuff, we wouldn't have this problem. But that doesn't happen in the modern day. No. Oh, thank you, Animate Acumen, for the 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now when I do the members only stream later this month when I get back from vacation, then yeah, then more people can join. Because remember, every gifted membership gets you the tier that has the members only stream. So if you've been gifted a membership over on YouTube, then you are the Yaku's strongest soldier, so therefore you can stop by the members only stream. Hell yeah. You don't have to marry to start a family? I mean, true, technically, obviously, as you can see, because she's oh Jesus Christ, that's a creature. Fuck. The scene that she's got a baby. But marriage is the most stable way. By a long shot. And like it's so funny watching whores on Twitter create marriage through reverse principles. I mean, like, imagine, like, you see every once in a while you'll see a glorious tweet where a whore is just like, imagine if a woman can't get an abortion, then a man should be demanded to be able to pay her benefits as much as possible and provide for her for having a kid in the first place. And it's like, yes, that's marriage. Like, if you like, when you marry somebody, you're promising to fulfill your different roles, and the man's role is protected to provide, and so if and have kids. So if you have a kid with somebody, then the man would be able to give the child support by via marriage. Like, that's just how it works. Like, you just don't abort. Like, I mean, that's just like, you just want an excuse to sleep around and have no responsibility. Typical woman actions. There's a reason why humans have, for thousands upon thousands of years across all cultures and religions, have limitations on women. Marriage is a good way to circumvent those problems, but you just didn't be a fucking whore. Which is what this girl did. He's part of the problem too, but it's what she did. And now she's sitting there crying because the baby's also crying, which is not helpful at all, by the way. That distresses the baby even more. It's just which is why, as much as I want to have kids myself, I refuse to have kids outside of wedlock. Just and there needs to be a ring and a ceremony and a piece of paper, the tax benefits, and then I will bear children, because I am not running the risk of having kids outside of marriage. Fuck no, not doing this shit. Yeah, I know there's risks with men marrying, and I don't blame them for being hesitant on actually marrying in the modern age, but no, marriage is still the way to go. How expensive should the ring be? Not very expensive. Like, I don't know ring costs. I haven't looked. So I don't know what the average ring is. It's probably too much. Cause okay, there's a point, right? I know diamonds are some tiny hat invention to inflate the cost of diamonds to get more money, that kind of deal. But it is a good signifier to show that you are taken. Now, obviously, it doesn't stop people, but nonetheless, it still is something that you can wear to show that yes, you are married, right? And it's nice if it is pretty, especially when it comes to women. And you don't want anything super cheap off Amazon where it's nickel or like painted silver, like spray on silver. In that case, because a lot of women like it's not healthy for you, and a lot of people have allergies to it. That deteriorates over time. Like, I do believe that you should get something that is lifelong, has longevity to it, because it is supposed to represent being married for life, and it should last for life. And so it needs to be high quality, like real silver or platinum. So I know platinum is really fucking expensive, so probably not that. But just like actual, not some cheap nickel $200 ring off Amazon type of situation. But it doesn't need to be a big diamond. It doesn't need to be a crazy cut or anything like that. It doesn't need to be super, super extravagant. Just as long as it's decent quality, that's not gonna break or make your fucking skin purple and cause allergies. It probably will be a little bit expensive because of it, but it's something you're wearing for life, so it's literally an investment. In that case, so long as it doesn't break the bank, but it's nice. So, like, whatever that cost is, I guess. And even then, like, it's still not like 100% a requirement. Like, a ring pop ring, as much of a meme as it is, can still work if it's temporary. Like, if you guys are young and in love, you know, let's say 19, 20 years old, something like that, and you get married, and you just need a cheap ring just to have the cheap ring for the meantime, that works too. Like, it all kind of depends on your circumstances in that case. Though I do think eventually, when it's possible, you know, try to get something higher quality. But I would think at that point, once you're actually legally married and you actually have the ring on the finger, a house is probably a higher priority at that point. But I still would say, if you're, you know, average person, something with real is nice. They grow diamonds in the lab now, much more affordable. Oh, I know. Which is fine. But you can still like there's this whole like 3 months of the man's income that they have to save. Well, whatever that is equivalent to the ring is. No, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Now, obviously, there's a whole like, okay, whatever each man's income will vary in that case. But you should, if you're gonna be saving for 3 months of your income, it should be for something much more useful, like a car or a house like that. But at the same time, you don't want to cheap out completely. If I get married, I would rather buy a high quality ring with a stone that's actually good instead of looking good looking instead of a diamond. I mean, listen, I like diamonds personally myself. Like, I know the whole thing's a scam, but it is a lot more traditional than at least the modern age, right? And so I like silver. And so silver and diamond does look good. And so, like, well, I don't really want to pick out my own ring because that kind of spoils the surprise. If I had to choose my own ring, it would probably be silver with diamonds. I don't really care if they're fake diamonds or not. Like I said, it doesn't need to be super expensive. But yeah, that would be what I'd go for. 'Cause I don't like gold. Like, gold looks good in some cases, like gold and black, for example. But when it comes to jewelry, I prefer silver, which I don't even wear jewelry as it is. But if a ring would definitely be something I would wear, right? If it is something I'm gonna be wearing, I would like it to be something, well, that I like. In that case, it would be silver, and well, probably with diamonds, I guess. I don't know. Women like shiny rock. Stop the presses. I know, like, what can I say? I'm sorry, I'm void brain. You're getting sapphire because it looks better than with silver than diamond. I'm okay with that. Like, okay, here's something a little bit more personal about me. This is a little bit more personal about me, Amalgamyte here, right? Years ago, when I was with my ex, we were looking up something, I forget what, on his phone. And I forget what it was. And when he opened his phone, it was on Google. And it was a necklace. And it was a silver necklace with like a moon with sapphires on it. And like other little diamond stuff. And I don't know if it was real or not. But I thought it was absolutely gorgeous. I didn't say something initially because it quickly went off the screen. But I had to say something because I was like, it was so pretty. Like, if he got me that necklace, even though I don't wear jewelry, I would have loved it because it's exactly my type. It's a moon with like the little silver with sapphires on it. It was so fucking pretty. It was so fucking pretty. And my birthday was coming up, and so I was like, okay, maybe it's for my birthday. Didn't happen. Okay. Maybe it was for Christmas. Didn't happen. It just never happened. Even though I did kind of like, I forget if I actually said something about it or hinted towards it. I think I'm pretty sure I brought it up sometime. Because I was just like, okay, yeah, that is something that I would personally like. And it just never happened. And it's still something that I think about to this day. Because I'm like, man, I would have actually really liked it. I don't know what the price tag was, and if it was super expensive, then it's probably best that it didn't happen in the first place, right? Plus X and all that fun stuff. But like, that is something that I would like. And I was just like, man, it would be nice. It'd be... Oh well. Oh well. It was for his side piece, like in Love Actually. Oh well. I don't think it was a side piece because for all his faults, he's not the cheating type. But I mean, if it is, oh well, he's an ex for a reason. So it's probably for the best that he didn't get me the necklace, because then maybe the future man can do that instead, and it'd be better off that way. Hinted at, yeah, that very well could have been way too subtle. Okay, here's the thing about me though, and I'm not okay. Bear with me, chat. I'm not like other girls, okay? So the bear, like, come on, man, like, just come on. I'm half joking, but I'm half not. I am well aware, because I have been in the manosphere since for such a long time. I am well aware that men are mind readers, and so even if I like every woman, I don't like actually directly stating what I want, but I'm well aware that if I actually want something, I have to directly say that. I'm not gonna say I'm perfect in this way either, right? But I do try my best, and I know that I did say something about like, hey, that necklace would have been really cool. I don't know where in the timeline that happened. I think I tried to give it like 6 to 9 months, because like I said, my birthday was coming up, and then Christmas and Christmas and my birthday are relatively close together, and that type of deal. And then I was going to do like anniversary, so I was going to give it like, I was trying to give it like some time, right? Just because like, once again, I didn't know the price tag for it or anything along those lines. And then but somewhere in there, when it wasn't birthday, it wasn't Christmas, I know for a fact I said, hey, I saw that necklace. That is a nice gift. I would like it. Something along those lines. And I know I also did kind of like, I know I've also hinted about that stuff. And I know you're saying, oh, hinted, that kind of deal. But once again, I know men are mind readers, so while I personally don't like directly stating what I want or anything like that, I do try to be relatively direct. In that case, because it's just like, how else are you gonna get the point across? You have to communicate. In fact, communication is really frustrating to me, because like, if there's a problem, I want to address it, right? Like, if you like, when I'm upset, I get silent and I shut down for a few minutes, but that's because I'm trying to process my emotions and process what I'm about to say, so I don't fuck up whatever that comes out next, as best as possible. Now, does it make it awkward for the next few minutes? It does, but I do try to state my emotions and what's happening there. But if you're someone who shuts down, gives the silent treatment, walks away, no, we ain't doing that shit. We ain't doing that shit, okay? I'm gonna be tackling you as best as possible, and I'm gonna make you fucking talk. Because the only way to solve the problem is if you actually communicate with each other and figure out what is happening. And if you don't do that, you're just letting the problem fester, and that doesn't solve anything at all. I hate it. I don't want to be fucking quibbling over who does the fucking dishwasher or anything like that. I want whatever issues we have to be as non-existent as possible. And the only way to do it is to be like, okay, there's a problem here. And once again, not perfect. Not perfect in any shape or form. I've let problems fester because I try to be like, okay, I just need to deal with it, right? I'm making a mountain out of a molehill. It's no big deal. I'm just being a woman. And, well, in the whole just being a woman aspect of things, the problem is still there in my mind. And so, therefore, it does get worse than it probably actually is. Anyways, once again, like, unfortunately, I do have a vagina, so that stuff does happen. But for the most part, just talk to each other. Damn! Wait, but I thought you were the dishwasher. I mean, I am. I was just referencing my parents in that case, because my parents would fight on average 5 times a day when I was a kid. I'm not joking. I'm not joking. Like, seriously, about 3 to 5 times a day there'd be an argument. I would get home from school, and from the time I would get home from school to by the time I went to bed, there would only be about 3 to 5 arguments about something or the other. And all petty bullshit too. And one of my favorite ones, looking back now, but I hated it back then, was unloading the dishwasher. They would literally have fights over unloading the dishwasher. I just could never understand that. It's just unloading the dishwasher. It's just something that you do. Now, like, I think it's majority of my mom's fault in that case, because a lot of things were. My dad was working, 2 jobs, sometimes 3, depending on the where we are in the timeline. He was also the one, dropping me off at school, cooking me breakfast, cooking dinner, picking me up. Like, he was doing all that stuff on top of all those different things. So the fact that my mom would just sit on her ass all day drinking and not unloading the dishwasher is her fault. But it's still just unloading the dishwasher. It takes like 5 minutes at most. And they would fight about that constantly. I just hate petty arguments like that. I mean, I hate arguing in general. But I hate petty arguments over such little things. I just can't stand that. I don't care how bad the situation gets. If you're fighting over who fucking unloads the dishwasher, the relationship's over. I want the loaded dishwasher. Understandable. Amal, show us something similar to the necklace. You're making it sound like treasure from an Egyptian crypt. Okay, I mean, I don't know. I saw it only for like 15 seconds. Silver necklace with sapphire moon is my estimation here. Pulling up Google images here. I'm trying to find something that looks like I'm going based off my shitty fucking memory from years ago. But it wasn't super gaudy. It was nice and elegant, because I like simple, elegant things. I'm not exactly a jewelry person myself, but if I wear the word jewelry, well, it could be simple but elegant, right? Nothing too plain, something with a touch of flavor, but nothing crazy and gaudy. So I'd probably say something like this, I guess. Just it's simple, it's small, silver, has some sapphire gemstones within the crescent moon. I don't really remember had anything like this on it, but it was something along these lines. And I do think this is pretty. Like, I would wear this personally myself, like this. So yeah. You could become true moon. I like things that look nice over just being expensive. Yeah. Aw, poor baby. He should have bought it for you. Oh, it's fine. Like I said, like, it's best. He's an ex anyways, right? So, I don't know. I don't know what it'd be like to carry jewelry and other sentimental things like that into another relationship. See, there are many problems with modern day relationships. But one of them is the fact that you do have a past, right? Right? You do have memories and photos and things from the previous relationship that just you kind of carry with you. And like, if something like this, like, you don't want to throw it away, right? It's such a pretty necklace. Like, I would be pretty unwilling to actually get rid of this because it's a nice necklace. But it doesn't change the fact that it would be like, well, no, it obviously didn't happen, but like if it did happen, it would be coming from an ex, right? I don't know, like I would feel weird wearing it out with like the next, you know, well, not, I shouldn't say next, right? But like wearing it, I don't to like a date with an, like, I don't know, just I hate how modern relationships work here, but I'm a sentimental person. I hate, when I was younger, I had a whole phase where sentimentality is weakness. That's disgusting, you know, blah 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 blah. You know, I'm cooler and edgier than that. But unfortunately, I am a sentimental person, and so like, I don't really, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It makes me feel weird. Just never mention to your husband where you got it. If he asks, you say a parent. Basically, don't want to know about my girlfriend's past. I mean, I guess that's fair. But then I'm lying. Right? Then I'm lying at that point. And I don't... Obviously, I guess it depends on the guy. But I don't really like lying. Like, direct lies like that. Obviously, I get where, like, the guy doesn't want to know. But, if I don't know. Like, just... This is a horrible position to be in. But welcome to the year Warlord 2026. Where we had to deal with these hurdles and all these different problems that didn't exist, like, 60 years ago. I kid you not, like, women only had like one person they had sex with, and that was their husband 60 fucking years ago. Maybe 2 at most. And now look where we are. Ugh. Unfortunate. It's unfortunate. The heart of the ocean? I don't know that reference. Is it like a Titanic thing? I'm assuming it's a Titanic thing, because that sounds something familiar, the Titanic, but I never really got into that. Like, I know it was like a huge deal way back in the day, but... Just gotta play the cards we're dealt? I mean, yes. It's basically the case, right? Like, for the record, chat, you know, like, I'm not perfect. I've made many mistakes before. Not a virgin. Okay, I'm not some, like, rad wife, Christian, perfect, you know, girl, and that case. Right? Like, I never want to come across as that way. So don't think that of me. Which I don't think anybody really does, which is a good thing, but if somebody ever gets the wrong impression, there. But man, I wish things were the way they were. I wish I could go back in time and back myself and be like, don't believe the feminist propaganda. But alas. Use dishwasher alert! Use dishwasher alert! Yeah, unfortunately. I'm definitely not as bad as I could have been. I imagine if I live with my mom, for example, or if she was alive longer, though I would probably say living with her instead of being in my dad's custody probably would have been a lot worse. Probably would have been actually a lot worse. But still unfortunate that the scars are there regardless. Yeah. The question is not go back, yet go forward. That is true, right? Now, the important thing is to actually learn from your past and try not to make the same mistakes. Now, once again, that's easier said than done, and I haven't really been the best at that either. But that's the ideal, right? That's the ideal. Have you seen the Sonichu medallion? Oh, yes, of course I've seen the Sonichu medallion. And no, I will never get that. You could not pay me anything in the whole wide world for me to wear the Sonichu medallion. No, thank you. No, thank you. That's true for many women? Yes. Right, so here to end the stream on the daily black pill. Fun fact, chat. In the modern age, in the year of the Lord 2026, there are no virgin women. Okay, friendly reminder on this. If a woman's a virgin, she's like 16, and even then, that's still actually debatable in the modern age. Because like I remember when I was in high school, I would hear stories from like my friends and being on the different teams and stuff, and there were some girls there that lost their virginity when they were like 13, 14 years old, and I just stood there mortified, saying like, what the fuck? We all came from horrible households, so it's not that surprising. But at the same time, just hearing their stories on, what age they lost their virginity and how it was done and how many other guys they've been with, and I just stood there just like, Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus fucking Christ. Ugh. But, and yeah, so girls just, women aren't virgins. If she says she's a virgin, run. I'm not even kidding. That's actually, nowadays, being a virgin's a red flag because she's actually lying to you. And probably has a horrible fucking past. I kid you not. Which is fucking sad that it's actually that case. But I refuse to believe there's like any actual real virgins out there unless they come from a very strict like Catholic family and heavily sheltered and I don't know, a whole bunch of other qualifiers. And even then I'll be a little bit suspicious because the religious ones are like the biggest fucking freaks. So it's just like just better to go into being like there's no such thing as virgins. It sucks. It shouldn't be the case. But it's unfortunate what we have to deal with living with the modern world these days. Okay, I'm not gonna read that, Shuderator. I know a few virgins, and they're all feminists, damn it. Are they actually? Because feminists are more likely to not be virgins. So, unless they're very young, which in that case, please stay away from them. But, okay, now that I'm ending stream on a black pill, I'm gonna send you off to somebody who's hopefully not black pilling. Looks like it's Japan, so therefore... Japan good is always the style here. So Kick Bros, I'm sending you guys over the leaflet here. Remember to follow her rules and regulations and stay on topic and don't glow. Don't do anything stupid. Just be nice and friendly. I know she's political, but it looks like she's just talking about something about Japan and food, and I'm kind of like, damn, that looks nice. YouTube bros, you're getting stuck with Rumble Bros because there's nobody live at the moment that I can raid into. I'm sorry about that. I'm not kind of used to this, but well, congratulations. At least you keep the Rumble Bros warm tonight. I will see you guys on Wednesday for 7:45 p.m. EST for our normal regularly scheduled probably another react to get that backlog going in time for my vacation. So I hope you like React Slappa, because that's what we're serving this week. There, and I'm sorry for the black pill at the end. Whoopsies, it just kind of happens. Anyway, thank you for all your subbing puppies, donuts, and vigorous spankings. I'll see you Wednesday, guys. Maybe it'll be something a little bit better. Maybe. Possibly. Bye!
I mean, hey, if Pac-Man affected us as kids, we'd all be munching magic pills and listening to repetitive electronic music, am I right?